All right, morning, everybody. Day 13, April 13th. Right. Okay. Peter. Morning, Peter. How you doing? Pioneer, Alex McLean, Julia Rock, TikTok, we are checking all the clocks. Oh, the coffee. go there. All right, I guess the proceedings are going to start here.
Specifically, Dr. Bowles will speak to his medical examiner's report for the cause
Un momento.
O'Brien. This is something both the O'Brien family and the National Federation representing the RCMP officers who are on scene agree is important to hear. We will also hear participant submissions based on foundational documents to date. We have a lot to get through, and all of it contributing to the progress we are making to understand what happened. We can then explore how and why and build from there to shape findings and recommendations to make our community safer. I will now ask Commission Counsel to begin today's proceedings with the presentation of the foundational documents about Highway 224 and Gina Goulet. Thank you. Mr. Burrow.
Commissioners, participants, Nova Scotians, Canadians, and those beyond our borders impacted by this mass casualty. My colleague and I will present two more foundational documents this morning. I am tasked with presenting the foundational document involving the homicide of Gina Goulet in her residence at 18 Highway 224 around 11 a.m. on April 19th, 2020. This presentation will also discuss the theft of Ms. Goulet's vehicle from her residence, which leads on to materials that will be discussed in the second presentation this morning. There is a discussion of homicides at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. There will also be reference to Hunter Road materials and homicides that took place earlier that morning on April 19th. This particular situation, like the homicide of Lillian Campbell in Wentworth, Nova Scotia, earlier on the morning of April 19th, involves a discrete set of facts that took place over a relatively short period of time. Unlike some of the other materials that we have discussed over the past few weeks, some of the unknowns or questions raised in other foundational documents may not be as prominent in this introduction and indeed in the materials. So for instance, you will recall some of the questions that were left with respect to the Hunter Road document, and what I had suggested was a bit of frustration with respect to the lack of information. Or indeed the Portapic documents with respect to information available that could tie in details with respect to the perpetrator's movements. This is a situation where investigators have been able to piece together a relatively coherent narrative of what occurred around 11 a.m. on April 19th, 2020 at the home of Gina Goulet at 198 Highway 224 in Nova Scotia. This introduction reflects the contents of the foundational document to be introduced, the Highway 224. Please be assured the shorter length of this presentation does not mean that any less effort was undertaken by the Mass Casualty Commission to review and synthesize and present information available. And of course, brief comment, some of the details in this situation and the information that will be heard is disturbing, involving the fatality of a fellow Nova Scotian, Gina Goulet. Madam Registrar, I move to mark and tender the foundational document Highway 224 into evidence in these proceedings.
It's Exhibit 709.
Thank you. I additionally move to mark and tender all supporting material associated with Exhibit 709, the foundational document Highway 224, into evidence in these proceedings.
So exhibited.
The subject matter of this presentation is a summary of information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to the events on April 19th, 2020 on and around Highway 224 in Nova Scotia. Commissioners, this is the introduction of that foundational document. So we are back to geography. You saw 2 days ago the slide presented by my colleague with respect to the foundational document in Shubenacadie, identifying Colchester County, Hants County, and the divider of the Shubenacadie River. This slide provides an indication of a number of communities along that area, perhaps the Shubenacadie River generally, and along the Highway 2 in that area. We have or will be introducing Elmsdale, Milford, Enfield area to basically proceed along the route of the perpetrator with respect to what took place on the morning of April 19th. My colleague has spoke in detail about what took place at the Shubenacadie and Cloverleaf. Milford is about 8 kilometers south from there. Elmsdale is about 19 kilometers south thereof. Enfield is about 23 kilometers south thereof. This is a closer view of the area around Shubenacadie. You will see from the top in the middle the Silty River, or the Shubenacadie River, and I've highlighted the 102. Once again, this is to give you an orientation. Most Nova Scotians, mainland Nova Scotians, will be familiar with the Highway 102. I can confess a little bit that the area around Shubenacadie, Milford area, was originally quite confusing to me in terms of the travel ways. At one point, there are actually perhaps 3 travel ways, routes that travel north to south in that area. I've identified the 102. The Highway 2 is the old highway that we have discussed as well here, that the perpetrator traveled down from Truro towards Shubenacadie. And then there is Highway 224. Now, you've heard about Highway 224 because my friend introduced the incident involving Chad Morrison, Constable Morrison, who took up a position at Gaze River Road just north of the Shubenacadie River. That Gaze River Road, I've called the northern portion of 224, actually runs to the south and east and travels off into the Musquodoboit Valley area. The southern portion of the 224 I have identified here. And once again, as indicated earlier, it runs relatively parallel to the 2 and to the 102. So we have the 102 to the west, the 2 in the middle, and the 224 from the east running south from the Cloverleaf. This slide is intended to draw in a little closer to speak to the Highway 224, the focus of the foundational document that we're speaking of this morning. So this section of the road from the Cloverleaf, as indicated, runs relatively parallel to Highway 2. It runs through a rural area of Nova Scotia. There are very little residences or businesses or structures compared to the 2, which would appear to be the area where the community of the village of Shubenacadie and Milford are centered around. But it runs down and into the Milford area as well. The Shubenacadie River, you can see running from the top of the slide, runs to the east of Highway 224, and it traverses through some relatively beautiful farmland in that area. Shubenacadie Cloverleaf, we have tagged here at the top, the northern portion of the 224. Exit 9, which will take you from the 224 onto the Highway 2, or you can come back around a small cloverleaf there and come onto Highway 2, we've shown as well here. The important the important location for purposes of this introduction is 198 Highway 4. 198 Highway 224, I said 4, I'll do that again, forgive me. Highway 224 was the residence of Gina Goulet. It is approximately 1.8 kilometers south of the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. This is an aerial view of the property at 198 Highway 224. It is, as you can see, located on the east side of Highway 224. There is a gravel driveway, and I suppose it was relatively obvious from this photo and may not have needed to be tagged, but the gravel driveway runs up to the residence from a west to east direction off the highway. It is a relatively large residential property. It has lawns. It has a number of outbuildings, as you can see from the aerial view here. This second view is taken from the west and looking up the gravel driveway and over Highway 224. It's similar to what I showed you earlier. A couple of things perhaps of importance. That is, at the southern side of the property is the gravel driveway, which we will be discussing. At the northern portion, in the materials, there's a discussion of a gate that would have permitted access to the lawn area at the northern portion of the property. Information suggests, and this took a little while in terms of analysis and review, probably very little has to do with that northern gate that will be shown here. Most of the focus with respect to the action of the perpetrator is related to going up the gravel driveway and then leaving the gravel driveway. The placement of the residence is about 50 meters from Highway 224. It's on a slight upgrade. The space behind the residence will be important to the narrative here. So information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that the perpetrator left the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf area at approximately, and I say approximately, 10:55. We relate that to the fact that Gerald Whitman had made the 911 call. You will recall my colleague went over that in some detail here recently. So around 10:55, it would appear that the perpetrator, after committing the atrocities at that location, left the Cloverleaf location. He then would appear traveled south. You'll recall that there were witnesses that recalled him leaving the Cloverleaf, going south on 224 in the Joseph Joey Weber Silver SUV Ford Escape. At that stage, it was known as a Chevy Tracker over the air, and that was consistent with what information had been received by police from witnesses at that location. From information available to the Mass Casualty Commission, it would appear that the perpetrator arrived at 198 Highway 224 relatively quickly after he left the Cloverleaf. It is likely that he attended there at around 10:58 or shortly thereafter in the morning on April 19th. This slide will give you two views of the vehicle that was photographed by investigators at the location at 198 Highway 224. Information available suggests that the perpetrator went to the back of the building, the residence at Highway 224, and that he broke into the residence with a firearm. Information suggests as well that the location of the vehicle shown in the bottom photograph was perhaps a purposeful attempt at concealment. The position of the vehicle would be obscured by the residents from anybody traveling down or up Highway 224. The photos show the location of the SUV on the east side or the back of the residence. The top photo is looking north or northeast. The bottom photo is looking west from behind the residence, directly towards the residence. This is again an aerial view, giving you attempting to give you a sense of where the location of the SUV vehicle is located. It would have been behind the outbuilding shown on the screen. This slide is taken from the investigative materials showing the front driveway, the southern driveway that I had described earlier. It depicts what would appear to be a cable or a chain down on the ground. Information available suggests that during the COVID pandemic, the early stages of the pandemic, Gina Goulet had the chain or the cable across the driveway, and it was there relatively routinely. Now, unlike the Shubenacadie atrocity that you heard of 2 days ago, where there were a great deal of witnesses who provided evidence and information, there are absolutely no witnesses to the encounter, obviously, of Gina Goulet and the perpetrator at the time of the direct time of the incident. But there are some witnesses who provide some information that gives us some assistance to develop the timeline with respect to what took place. Faith Corkum is one of those witnesses. She was, at that time, at a residence on the east side of Densmore Road, and I'll show you where Densmore Road is located in a moment. Densmore Road intersects with Highway 224 about 350 meters south of of 198 Highway 224. Now, Ms. Corkum says that she was at the residence that morning and that she observed smoke or plumes of smoke coming from the north of her location. And indeed, the photo that you see here on the slide is the photograph taken by Ms. Corkum from her position on Densmore Road. The photo from her position would be almost due north. You will see where it shows the smoke. It shows what would appear to be the magnitude of a significant fire that was occurring at the Cloverleaf at Shubenacadie that my friend described earlier in terms of the perpetrator setting those two vehicles alight. She is at her Densmore Road location about 2 kilometers south of the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. So you can see the significance of what was taking place to the north of her. Faith Corkum describes being at a residence about 400 meters east on Densmore Road. So you will see where Densmore Road is south of Highway 224, Civic Residence 198. Ms. Corkum reports that she observed not only the fire from the north, but she observed a SUV traveling south on Highway 224. She indicated that she saw a U-turn at the Densmore Road intersection conducted by that SUV. She says that she then saw it travel north. She then lost view of it. She described the SUV as traveling at a casual pace. She also says that she made note of this because she was surprised to notice that the vehicle would have been there, thinking that the roads would have been barriered off given the smoke that she was observing from the north. So we have Ms. Corkum making observations about an SUV coming south on 224, turning around and then going back north, consistent in terms of timing and activity that we have in terms of the total picture. Stephen Hunt was traveling north at this time on Highway 224 towards Shubenacadie. He was familiar with the Goulet residence. He was unaware of what was happening in Shubenacadie. He reported that he saw what he thought was the north gate that I discussed earlier smashed at that time. It is important to say that this is inconsistent with all other information that we have with respect to whether that gate was down or not. I've moved on to the slide with respect to Amelia and David Butler, but before I do that, I wish to comment about Kendra Tonnett. This will be referred to in the foundational documents. She was an associate friend, contact of Gina Goulet. She had been talking with Gina Goulet throughout the morning until about 9:45 over the telephone. Gina Goulet indicated that she was aware that there was an active shooter in Portapique. Gina Goulet also advised Ms. Tonnett that she would have been aware of who that perpetrator was by means of professional connections that she had as a professional denturist in Nova Scotia. Amelia and David Butler. Amelia Butler is the daughter of Gina Goulet. David Butler is the son-in-law of Gina Goulet. They reside north of Shubenacadie. On this morning, April 19th, Amelia and Gina Goulet had texted each other regularly. They had iMessaged each other. They had spoken over the telephone throughout the morning. Gina Goulet had discussed the situation that she was aware of with respect to the news about Portapique. And Gina Goulet had also expressed some apprehension about the situation, given her circumstances and given her knowledge of the perpetrator through her professional association. Amelia Butler stayed in close contact with her mother throughout the morning. They continued to communicate regularly. At around 10:58:04 a.m., Gina Goulet called Amelia. Amelia's phone rang twice, but then all indications are that the phone canceled. According to information that has been provided to the Mass Casualty Commission, Amelia Butler was left with the impression that her mother had canceled the call for some unknown reason at that time. Now, this is significant because it accords with the travel discussion that we've seen in terms of the physical observations of the witnesses. And it also accords with the timing of leaving the Shubenacadie cloverleaf in the stolen SUV of Joseph Joey Weber. It also accords timing-wise with the distance between those two locations. Information suggests that this was possibly the beginning of the encounter that Gina Goulet had with the perpetrator on that morning. Forensic evidence indicates that the perpetrator pulled the vehicle up behind the building, that the perpetrator exited the vehicle. He broke and entered the side entrance of the residence by smashing the glass in the door. Information that we have says that he made his way into the residence, into the living area of the residence, that the perpetrator at that time would have shot one of the two dogs that Gina Goulet had, not fatally, but shot the two dogs. He then went from the living room area of that residence into the master bedroom, and then he fatally shot Gina Goulet, who had fled from something into the ensuite bathroom, the farthest corner of the residence. It would appear then that the perpetrator left the residence after committing this homicide in the gray Mazda 3 hatchback of Gina Goulet. David and Amelia Butler were understandably concerned by the canceled call. They got in their vehicle in an effort to drive to Gina Goulet's residence. Given the roadblocks from the Cloverleaf and at the Cloverleaf, they had to drive around through Stewiacke, out through exit 11, down to exit 9, and up from Milford to the residence at 224. Information available to the commission through statutory declaration indicates that Amelia Butler made 16 efforts to call her mom while she was traveling, unsuccessfully. At 11:55, Amelia and David Butler arrived at 198 Highway 224. The chain cable was on the ground upon arrival. Amelia reports that the north side gate was intact at that time. They saw when they arrived a gray SUV behind the residence as they drove up into the driveway. Amelia called 911 immediately. David Butler entered the residence, made very brief observations of shell casings on the floor and the body, and then left. They left together. They headed north towards Shubenacadie. As they headed towards Shubenacadie in order to get some assistance, they encountered Constable Austin Comeau, That name will be familiar to you as having responded to Shubenacadie and being in the area at the time of the atrocity at that location. Constable Camo was an associate, a friend, colleague of Constable Stevenson, and was instructed to leave the area at the end of a shift because of the trauma involved. He then ran into the butlers at that occasion and then communicated with the dispatch of his observations with the butlers. Immediate medical assistance was summoned to provide care for Amelia Butler, who obviously was understandably distraught. Ms. Butler was eventually transported to the Colchester East Hants Hospital. Subsequent investigations of the scene revealed a certain amount of important information. It would appear that the perpetrator had deposited a gray-colored shirt with an RCMP insignia, a high visibility vest, and a dark colored vest near the rear side entrance to the residence, either before or after he exited. It's unclear. Slide before you shows the close look of the RCMP shirt that was seized by investigators near the entrance to the residence. You can see the labeling on the shirt, lending the impression that it was RCMP issue. Also located by forensic investigators at the scene was an abandoned, partially filled plastic gas canister. It was located, as the markers indicate, beside the clothing. The silver SUV behind the residence was examined. A Correctional Services Canada jacket was located on the passenger seat. You will recall from previous introductions to foundational documents referred to specifically at the Hunter Road location that Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins were involved in working with correctional services. It would be reasonable to conclude that that came from that location. Blue trousers with yellow stripes were located in the vehicle. Pair of gloves were located in the vehicle. Various ammunition was also located inside the vehicle by forensic examinations subsequent to the event. Also in the back seat of the abandoned vehicle of Joseph Joey Weber was a butane torch. The butane torch had bloodstains on it, identifiable bloodstains attributable to the perpetrator through DNA typing analysis. Additionally, blood staining was found after forensic examination of the vehicle on the driver's seat of the Weber vehicle and also on the rain guard on the passenger side of the Weber vehicle. Those blood stains too were attributable by DNA typing analysis to the perpetrator. There was additional blood stains found on the steering wheel, the steering column, the interior driver's side door trim of that vehicle. It was not typed, but it is consistent, obviously, perhaps from the same source without being able to conclude that. That being said, the information that can be concluded is that the perpetrator was bleeding at the time in the vehicle. This is consistent with the information that you heard from my colleague with respect to the shootings and the shooting behavior at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. It's consistent with being shot, consistent with subsequent descriptions of the perpetrator by law enforcement personnel that you will hear later this morning. As discussed by my colleague 2 days ago, the ERT team was at the Cloverleaf within minutes of the perpetrator's departure. We learned that they left heading south in an effort to follow the perpetrator's path. At 10:59:13, there was a broadcast from team leader Corporal Mills indicating that he knew or was aware that there was a silver tracker SUV involved. At 11 a.m. 21 seconds. The urgency of the situation is most clear from the broadcast. Corporal Mills broadcasts, if they see a silver SUV tracker with a guy with a yellow jacket, you got to. You can't give him a second. You got to have a gun on him. Of course, the perpetrator at this stage is now, or soon to be, not in that silver SUV, but was making the transition or had transitioned to the gray Mazda 3 hatchback. It would appear as well that the perpetrator had shed the yellow jacket being referenced by Corporal Mills and the high visibility vest. He was now wearing a white t-shirt and driving a gray Mazda 3 hatchback. At 11:02:31 a.m., Corporal Mills broadcasts that he, i.e. the ERT team, were southbound on the number 2 highway. It's not sure if he means the number 224 or indeed they have made the transition from the 224 to the number 2. They have, at this stage, gone by 198 Highway 224. Gina Goulet was a professional denturist residing in Nova Scotia. She had worked in this profession for 27 years. She was a cancer survivor. She lived and loved rural Nova Scotia. She took COVID precautions seriously due to the health concerns that she had experienced. She became aware of an active shooter information in Portapic that morning. She was aware of that through news broadcasts. She was fatally shot in her own home by the perpetrator. Summary of key elements relevant to the sequence of events in conclusion of this introduction. The perpetrator left the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf at approximately 10:55 a.m. ERT arrives at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf at approximately 10:57 a.m. At 10:58:04, there was the ill-fated canceled call occurring between Gina Goulet and Amelia Butler. ERT departed the Cloverleaf after obtaining information from witnesses at around 10:59 a.m. At 11:55 a.m., Amelia and David Butler made their way to the residence at 198 Highway 224. The perpetrator would continue to carry on south to the Elmsdale Petrocan and the Enfield Big Stop. Those locations and what took place therein will be discussed in the next presentation. Commissioner, this concludes my introduction of the foundational document, Highway 224.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. More very, very difficult facts. We think it's appropriate to take a brief break at this time and before we start the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. 31 minutes. Is that clock seemed to work okay there? Breaks. Oh. I was saying to somebody the other day, they're like, wow, you know, this is a lot of streaming or something, or I don't know what they were saying. And I'm like, oh no, it's not. If they had a work schedule that was normal, actually, it probably would be a little bit more difficult. They actually worked. BS is causing trauma. Okay, I stand corrected. So thank you very much. I love to be corrected. Thank you very much, Seawood. Where's the comment I got to highlight? Boom. All right. I didn't see this. So those of you who have not seen it either, how do I get this back up here? Where did that go now? Oh, here it is. The forensics report. I haven't had a chance to read it quite yet. I'll drop it in here for those closed because I've been bitching about that. So sorry about that. Is apparently online amongst the host of whatever they've given us thus far. Morning, Donna. 500,000 pages, the lawyer said. 500,000 pages. Lawyers don't usually speak in hyperbole, by the way. Sadly, I know that from my family. Not very jokey. Observations. They're probably just sitting here watching. Not probably. I know that they are. They have been the whole time. So, do you want to give them? Do you want to tell them how to do their job and fix it for them? No evidence cones. I certainly noticed that. The picture is taken from the side of Joey Weber's vehicle. That destroyed like Stevenson and where's that? Stevenson and Morrison's car destroyed. Because of course you need to destroy Morrison's car. Even though I know I'm not trying to be insensitive, but there was not much damage done to that vehicle. They had to destroy it though, because that's what you do with evidence, right? Moratorium, anybody? Quit the cigarettes. Somebody's saying something about that has got to sew the Kovu in there. Make sure you bring that in. Like that has anything to do with what they're saying. Is that the narrative they're going to spin out today? Remember they spun that one out for a while. Now that's kind of disappeared. The defense that they run falls apart all the time. Welcome to anybody who's new. Welcome. I know there was Cage was on last night down in the States talking about the New York stuff, and he gave a shout out to the channel, which was very nice. I think I'm going to do a show with him. He's got way more viewers than I do. But the channel he was on with had, I don't know, what was it, 120,000 subs. So there may be some that come over here. Yeah, it doesn't really have any relevance, and people, that one I think most people see. It's very distracting and annoying to the families. I'm sure that it's probably upsetting. Why bring that in? Just to answer their questions. Yes. Not good. Not good at all. Break. Just chiming in and break time. It's just kind of like the NASCAR. I call it the NASCAR, right? Just kind of speed through things, don't answer questions. Where's the lawyers again? I thought they would be asking questions. Dunphy, is it Dunphy? I'm going to play that since they have no, well, I should not speak in hyperbole either. They don't work a lot, so I'll have an opportunity easily to play the Don Dunphy inquiry. Where's my banner? Where is that? Is it missing now? Oh, here we go. Fluid and dynamic. Here we go. This one. Never was. Don't know where that video is. Probably one of the deleted ones. And watch how a real inquiry works. Very interesting. Very interesting how a real inquiry works. Okay, where are we at here? Coffee more? Good. Coughs are good. Smoking's good for you. Somebody was telling me yesterday it fights COVID. Good. Nicotine, apparently. Now they're finding is good. Okay. All the gas cans were in a trailer connected to the truck. Okay, so the closed one is a very interesting one, right? If you think about it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to touch on that in their little intermission. I don't know how long that will be. Yellow stripe on pants. Well, maybe we can have a look. I didn't finish this montage, and like I never do. Too many projects on the go. Where is it here? Where is that? Oh, come on. Oh, no. Is it missing? Oh, I think it's missing. Shite. Morrison had some interesting comments about yellow stripe. It is missing. Fuck. I was doing work and then it's gone. That one I probably just didn't save. I don't have a yellow stripe on my pants. Just know that. Okay. I'm not sure how that would, you're bleeding out. Not sure how your pants has relevancy. Do remember by this point in time, and if you look at the photos, there has nothing to do with yellow stripe. Nobody knows about the yellow stripe. Why are they showing us the yellow stripe? So does that mean that he allows the red serge in the trunk to burn up, but just happens to take a pair of pants, throws the boots away at a welding shop, allows the red serge to burn in the trunk, but take an extra pair of pants because you may need them, with a stripe on them? I don't know why you would mention that. Good guy. Something about good guy, too. I'm the good guy. I'm the good guy. Times. I'll leave that all for another day. These things are all to be unpacked at a future date. The F-150 was spotted in the blueberry field. One of the witnesses said it was a truck. Also, though, I don't know, Sergeant said there was a chain amongst a host of other people at the scene the next day. Oops. There goes the rope theory. And it was up, because that's what you do. Don't you know? As you're being pursued in Portapique, you take down a chain and then you put it back up. That's rules of the country. Find a gate, open, leave it open. But come on, man. Think about it. It's just logic. All of it's logic. Logic. Flawed. Pants all crisp clean. Absolutely. Those pants, by the way, I've been told by members, wrinkle like no tomorrow. Badly. So, fingerprint on hood of Joey Weber's SUV. Because they know I have pictures, RCMP. No pictures. They got that vehicle out of there right speedy. I think the one picture that they showed, funnily enough, was a picture that I had seen, and I do have who took it, I believe. And they told me what time everything was out of there. No pictures of clothes and vehicle. Absolutely 100%. If you find pants in the vehicle and the jacket in the vehicle, you take crime scene photos in the vehicle of what's inside. You do not take them back to an office and put them on a floor, or take them out of a closet and put them on the floor. Logic. Here we've got clothes on the ground. Oh, and there's clothes there, but we're not going to take a photo of that. That makes sense. I think my sarcasm loses people. CBC has a good Dunphy list. Absolutely. Don Dunphy. That's an inquiry. People ask questions. Lawyers ask questions. Families, lawyers ask questions. Not all these breaks. I like the judge in there too. Then all you have to do is read their website. It tells you right at the beginning, not interested. At work, supposedly watching. Question: why would they term a fatal shooting instead of murder of Goulet? Well, they used murder finally for the first time the other day. Morning, Robert. Once. That was the first time I've ever heard murder that they brought up. And it is murder. I don't think any families would have a problem with that word being used, because that's what it is. Joe Rogan saying, okay, something, morning, Jumbo. I have been listening all along. Sounds like this foundational documents are being presented by RCMP lawyers with families, lawyers, not getting a chance to question anything. There we go. Bing. There's no questions allowed. No time, because the NASCAR's got to keep moving. They don't even drop the documents. Think about this one logically here for a moment. No more logic. Sorry. Just that's where I like to play. Why do you not still have the list of documents from your last presentation? You can't even put them up ahead of time. You can give them to the press. And then they write their puff pieces, which are supportive, because of course they're getting the $600 million bailout, which is minor, really, in the scheme of things, to write spin pieces. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Or people are just afraid to stand up and say, well, there's a problem. Oh, here we go. Maybe they've come back now. They decided their break's over.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Would now ask Ms. Mancini to present the Enfield Big Stop foundational document.
Good morning. So as Commissioner McDonald has indicated, my task this morning is to present the final of the what we've termed the narrative foundational documents, this one being Enfield Big Stop. It essentially covers events from about 11:10 a.m. To approximately 11:25 a.m. or shortly thereafter. Despite that, my presentation today, or this presentation, will likely be about an hour in length. And I think at this stage too, I think it's important to offer a reminder, as has been consistent, that the foundational document presented today is of course not the final word. And I say that particularly with respect to this foundational document, given that we will be hearing very shortly testimony from Dr. Bose, as well as tomorrow from Constables HWY and McLeod. And of course, their testimony will be very important. So in presenting the foundational document, Enfield Big Stop, I'd ask Madam Register to mark and tender the foundational document into these proceedings.
That's Exhibit 754.
Thank you. I'd also move to mark and tender all cited materials in Exhibit 754.
So exhibited.
Thank you. The subject matter, as I indicated, is a summary of information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to events on April 19th, 2020, in and around the Elmsdale area and Enfield area of Nova Scotia. I'll highlight at the outset that references are made in the course of this presentation to the homicides of Gina Goulet, of Sean McLeod, of Constable Heidi Stevenson, and to Joey Weber. So I won't spend a great deal of time on geography, but of course, the relevant communities and their juxtaposition to one another: Shubenacadie, Milford, Elmsdale, Enfield. Shubenacadie is approximately 25 kilometers or so from the Enfield area. Elmsdale and Enfield, Elmsdale is exit 8 off of Highway 102. It's about 8 kilometers from Enfield, which is exit 7. So we've highlighted the divided highway, Highway 102, that you're of course familiar with. If you were to continue south on the 102, you'd come to Halifax. If you proceed north in the direction of Milford and Shubenacadie, you'd come to Truro. Highway 2, you're of course familiar with as well, running parallel to the 102. And of course, Highway 224, which is where the residence of Gina Goulet was situated. So as has been depicted from the 2 previous foundational document presentations, the first responders, particularly the Halifax Division ERT team, had departed the Cloverleaf and they were aware, or their last known information was that the perpetrator had departed the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf moments before them, that he had departed driving a silver SUV or a silver tracker. Emergency response had information that the perpetrator was wearing a high visibility yellow vest. And this information coming in results in essentially a concentration of RCMP ERT members on basically on the map that's in front of you, traveling and circling on Highway 2 and the 102. Members had knowledge that they were fairly close on the heels of the perpetrator, and that resulted in sort of a convergence of both ERT members as well as police dog service members in this area searching for the perpetrator. I should note that J Division, which is New Brunswick Division, RCMP ERT members held back in the Truro area in the event that the perpetrator doubled back towards Truro. But of course, we know that the perpetrator had attended the residence of Miss Goulet and engaged in horrific events there. We know that he subsequently removed the yellow vest and the RCMP shirt that he was wearing, that he stole Miss Goulet's vehicle. So he was now operating a Mazda 3 gray hatchback, and he was dressed in a white shirt, and he departed the residence. We know, based on subsequent examination of the Mazda 3, that the vehicle had the gas light on and was indicating E for empty or requiring fuel. And this is likely what prompted the perpetrator to travel towards the Petco can in Elmsdale, which is, as I indicated, exit 8 off of Highway 102. And while this is taking place, information comes in to the OCC, or the 911 center, indicating that there was a possible sighting at the Sobeys in Truro.
Okay, break. I have a call, time delay of 10 minutes. Who spoke with his son at Sobeys? Said the shooter is in Sobeys. Time delay 10 minutes. In Truro.
So this was, of course, a false or mistaken report that had been called in to the OCC. And IRT members who were concentrated in Elmsdale area felt that based on the timing, the information that they had last received from witnesses in the area, and the known direction of travel of the perpetrator, they felt that they weren't far behind the perpetrator and that he was likely still in the Elmsdale area. So the J Division IRT team attends the Sobeys in Truro along with the Truro Police Service. And the IRT H Division, or Halifax Division, RCMP IRT members focus their efforts or congregate at the Sobeys in Elmsdale, thinking that perhaps this is a mistake with respect to the location of the Sobeys and this information. So members attend that Sobeys and broadcast that the area is clear.
20's going to Sobeys, Elmsdale.
Which Sobeys was identified?
That's all. 142 is just pulling in right now. Sobeys in Enfield.
And I'll note that Constable Milton indicates Sobeys in Enfield. He's referring to Elmsdale Sobeys. They are about 8 kilometers apart, not far. So this photograph situates where the Sobeys is in relation to the Elmsdale Petco can. They're on opposite sides of Highway 102. Sobeys is on the east side of the highway, and of course Petco can being on the west. Highway 214 connects them by way of an overpass. And so at this stage, many of the IRT members are recognizing that there's a need to ensure that their vehicles are fueled if they're going to be continuing this pursuit. You'll recall that the majority of the vehicles associated with the IRT team had departed the Halifax area the night before on April 18th. They had attended Portapic. They had since traveled to Glenholm, DeBert, through to Shubenacadie, and now into the Elmsdale Enfield area. And of course, there were concerns that if this was going to be a prolonged pursuit, the vehicles would need to be properly fueled. So this prompts some of the vehicles to attend various gas stations, one of the closest, of course, being Elmsdale Petco can, which, as I indicated, is just across the highway. IRT truck D20, carrying Constables Kelly, Constable Ryan, and Constable Barnhill, proceeded towards this Petco can. And this is a overhead sort of 360 view of the Elmsdale Petco can, and the purpose of playing it is really just to situate some surveillance footage that we'll be looking at. One thing just to pay attention to, I suppose, are the 3 exits and entrances and exits from that gas station. So you'll see that there are 3 entrances, one being at the left-hand side of the screen. It's a narrow sort of one-way in from Highway 214, and then there are 2 wider entrances They're separated by some pine trees, and those pine trees will be in the foreground or background of some subsequent surveillance footage. So as we indicated, the perpetrator had proceeded on the 102, proceeded off of the highway towards the Elmsdale Petrocan. So this was a surveillance video captured at 11:16 that morning. We'll play it again, but essentially what you see is the perpetrator arrive in the Mazda 3 and parks on the wrong side with the gas tank or gas hatch of the vehicle opposite the pump. You'll observe him reach towards the passenger side of the vehicle. However, it appears when he gets out of the vehicle, he doesn't have anything in his hands. He then proceeds to the farther pump, making essentially a U-turn around to the other pump. Given the stop and start sort of motion that you're seeing in the video, it's difficult to say if this is a second for second account of time, but the time that is available in this video suggests that the perpetrator was at this location for approximately 44 seconds. The ERT member who's at the back of vehicle D20 is Constable Kelly, and he's performing in that role and in this video clip cover to Constable Ryan, who was attempting to pump gas at that time. Constable Kelly, provided an interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. He indicated in that interview that coming from the Sobeys, he did in fact observe the shiny gray hatchback at that location, and he noticed that it had green tennis ball or a green tennis ball on the antenna. He indicated that he saw a male wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt, and that this clothing did not match the description of what he was searching for at the time, which was an individual in a yellow vest, possibly a police uniform, and in a silver SUV. He did observe that the individual had a bump over his eye, but indicated that there was nothing in the behavior of the individual to raise any suspicion or cause any alarm. Constable Kelly advised that Constable Ryan struggled to pump gas. It seemed as though the pumps may have been shut off as a result of the incident in progress. And he further advised that there was a sighting, a false sighting, but a sighting nevertheless, that this vehicle and the members therein departed in order to investigate. And they, of course, subsequently realized it was a false sighting. So after this attendance at the Petco, the perpetrator drives the Mazda 3 onto the on-ramp, passing the East Hants Aquatic Center. There's no timestamps on this video. What we've been advised is that, or the report associated with this surveillance video is that the video itself began recording at 10:30, or the time period that we have began recording at 10:30, and that 48 minutes into the video, a vehicle resembling a small gray hatchback would be passing by on the on-ramp onto the 102. And this would make this at 11:18. So you'll see a vehicle, a small gray vehicle, traveling left to right across your screen on the on-ramp onto the highway. And I'll just play it one more time. From there, the perpetrator traveled south on Highway 102 and then took exit 8 into the, exit 7 into the Enfield area, passing the Enfield Way station. Video surveillance similarly captures what appears to be a small gray vehicle proceeding on the on-ramp. And it would be the first vehicle that passes by in the frame. So this camera is a motion censored camera such that it is activated or begins recording when movement is detected in its vicinity. So it unfortunately doesn't capture activity that's happening at the overpass. The timestamp associated with the video indicates that it's 10:30, but the video is also 52 minutes slow. So the actual time is 11:23 when you compare the timestamp on the video to real time. From there, the perpetrator would have made a left-hand turn onto that overpass. It's onto Highway 2 and essentially curled north again towards the Enfield Big Stop. So this photo is an overhead view of the, relationship between those two locations. The top of your screen, you'd have the 102, and then as you move down, you'd be proceeding south, take the exit at the Enfield Way station, and then proceed across Highway 2 towards the gas station on the opposite side. And this is another photo from a different angle. So this is the Enfield Big Stop in the center of the screen. One thing I'll point out, although it's not the focus of today's foundational document in today's presentation, there will be a subsequent foundational document focusing on Halifax Regional Police. However, for purposes of today, I think I should indicate that at the very center of your screen there's a trucking station with 18-wheelers where tractor trailers can obtain fuel. There were two Halifax Regional Police Emergency Response Team members at that position, members Jodrey and Manley. There was also another Halifax Regional Police ERT team situated on the on-ramp just to the left corner of your screen there. The only reason I'm mentioning that today is that you'll subsequently hear some radio transmissions where officers indicate HRP ERT is here with us, and that provides some context as to the vicinity that HRP members were at the time of engagement with the perpetrator at the Big Stop. So this is just an overhead video of proceeding south on the 102 towards the way station. And our next video will just take us across that overpass and over to the Big Stop itself. So there's a couple of things I'm just going to point out about this particular image. The first thing I'll indicate with respect to both videos that you've just seen is that this is, of course, taken in August of 2021. August in Nova Scotia is prime road trip season. The traffic that you see in the parking lots and on the highway are not reflective of the presence that was around on April 19th, 2020, which was, of course, during a lockdown in a pandemic. The second thing that I'll indicate about the layout of the buildings that you see is, of course, the pumps at the center of the screen. Those pumps are numbered with one pump on each side of each pillar. So they're numbered starting from 1 all the way through to 12, with 1 being at the right of the screen and 12 down at the left-hand side. Pumps 5 and 6 are located to the left of that white van that you see emerging and to the right of the tail end of the red truck that we're able to see, just to give you an approximate sense. The second thing I want to point out just from this vantage point are where the cameras that obtain surveillance footage are located. So there's one camera, it's referred to as camera 3, and that camera is situated on the restaurant of that building, sort of to the left center of the screen. It faces towards the pumps from some distance back, of course. There's another camera that's referred to as camera 5/6, that's immediately above pumps 5 and 6. So it's a bird's eye view looking directly down. There are also two cameras associated with each pump, one being camera 5 that's associated with pump 5, and one being camera 6 that's set over pump 6. So the perpetrator, as we indicated, took a left turn on Highway 2, proceeded to the Big Stop. He entered off of Highway 2 and proceeded towards the pumps. We have one image of the Mazda 3 entering next to pump 7. So it would appear that the perpetrator pulled in next to pump 7 and then conducted a U-turn to pull around to pump 5. You'll see that image as we continue along. So this, as I indicated, is camera 3. It's a video camera set back on the restaurant. For our purposes, it's a fairly frustrating video in the sense that you'll see a timestamp that starts at 11:23:56 and that it jumps or skips to 11:24:44. So two things to note. One, this is, again, a motion censored camera, so it activates when movement is detected in front of it. Two, the second thing I'll note is that the surveillance timestamps on each of these cameras don't align with one another. So it becomes a bit of a frustrating mathematical game to piece this together. So given the trajectory of how the perpetrator entered, it appears he was not, or the movement was not picked up by this camera. So when we play the video, you'll essentially see a Mazda 3 sort of appear next to pump 5. The camera seems to be activated or does record the SUV that was driven by Constable HWY with Constable Ben McLeod in the passenger seat as it enters the pump area. And that's what we will see in the video. So again, because this camera is set this far back, it actually doesn't contribute very much with respect to what we see with relation to the events that took place. However, camera 5-6, directly above the two pumps, does provide a little bit more insight into the events. So at 11:24:23, we begin to see the headlights of the Mazda 3 entering the frame as it approaches the pump. Again, it continues in at 11:24:24 before coming to a rest or a stop beside pump number 5. We then see at 11:24:52, about 24 seconds later, see the Suburban come in towards pump 6. So at this stage, the perpetrator has pulled in, has not exited the vehicle. You'll be able to observe, and I'll direct your attention to a sunroof at the top of the vehicle that allows us to see some degree of movement from inside the vehicle at different intervals. So 11:24:53, the SUV has pulled up to the pump. And at 11:24:54, the door of the driver's side door of the SUV has begun to open. At 11:24:56, Constable HWY has exited his vehicle. And within that same second, 11:24:56, Constable HWY's right arm appears to reach towards his firearm. At 11:24:57, according to the timestamp on this video, Constable HWY has drawn his firearm. Within that second, 11:24:57, he has turned or is turning in the direction of the perpetrator with his firearm. You'll note that there's a shadow on the ground between the canopy pump and Constable HWY that resembles the shape of a firearm. Again, 11:25:57, the perpetrator has remained in the vehicle. Constable Hughley is continuing to turn towards him. And at 11:25, he has turned and is facing the perpetrator. So at 11:25:01, this is what I was indicating about the sunroof. You can see sort of a white shape appear. So if I go to the second before, you'll see that the sunroof is completely black. However, when we go to that next second, there appears to be perhaps an arm or area of certainly a white shape in the sunroof, consistent with the perpetrator wearing a white shirt. You can also note that Constable Hughley has not yet discharged his firearm, that the windows of the vehicle are still intact. (11:25:01), the windows are still intact, as I indicated. However, within that second, the window, the passenger side window, does begin to shatter. This is obviously consistent with Constable Hughley discharging his firearm. And this is approximately 8 seconds, according to the timestamps on this video, from the time that Constable Hughley exited the SUV. So camera 5 provides us an angle of the Mazda 3 slightly closer. 11:24:09, this is the Mazda pulling in. You'll see the tennis ball referred to by Constable Kelly on the antenna. At 11:24:15, the Mazda has stopped next to the pump. So there's essentially no movement. At 11:24:31, so about 15, 16 seconds of just sitting. But then at this juncture, there appears to be some movement with the perpetrator's right arm in the center console area. So if you move between, you can see that there's some movement in that area. Unclear precisely what's taking place, of course, from this angle. At 11:24:37, so a little over 20 seconds or so after the vehicle has stopped here, you can faintly see the reflection of an SUV, the hood of an SUV appearing in the passenger window on the rear side of the passenger window. At 11:24:40, the SUV has stopped, and you can see that reflection again in those the windows of the Mazda. At 11:24:42, a shadow appears, and it appears to be the shape of a firearm, although obviously it's a bit obscure to tell. I suppose that's open to interpretation, certainly, but there's a shadow that certainly appears between the Mazda and the pump. So at 11:24:44, this is when we see the beginning of the passenger side window shattering as bullets are making contact with it. So that's about 8 seconds after having seen the reflection of the SUV come to a rest beside the Mazda. 2 seconds later, within the same second, the glass is clearly shattering and starting to break. At 11:24:45, if you look at the windshield, the front windshield, you'll see that bullets or what appear to be bullets are making contact, and that the windshield is breaking. At 11:24:51, if you look next to the passenger side front wheel of the car, you'll notice that there's a shadow on the ground. That would be consistent with Constables Hughley and McLeod moving towards cover at the front of their Suburban, which of course is to the right of the Mazda. So about 6 minutes later in time after the arrival of the SUV, backup RCMP ERT members have attended the scene, and they're approaching the vehicle in a tactical formation for purposes of conducting an extraction of the perpetrator from the vehicle. At 11:31:04, the door has been opened. ERT members are preparing for or performing an extraction. Of note, several of these ERT members observed at this time, and some verbalized at this time, that the perpetrator had a firearm in his hand or lap area when they approached the vehicle. At 11:31:26, the extraction has taken place. At 11:31:28, the perpetrator has been placed on the ground, placed in custody such that his hands are bound behind his back. Vitals were checked, and it was determined at that stage that the perpetrator was deceased. So camera 6, as I mentioned, we have a short image of the Mazda 3 entering from Highway 2 direction and passing pump 7 before curling around to pump 5. And that's at 11:23:59. 11:24:35, so approximately 36 seconds later, we see the SUV pull in, and a second later come to a stop. 1 second later, the door has opened, the driver's side door. 11:24:38, Constable Hughley is exiting the vehicle, and he is looking in the direction of the perpetrator, who of course is to his left. At 11:24:39, Constable Hughley is fully out of the vehicle. He's making a motion to close his door, and he's still observing the direction of the perpetrator. At 11:24:40, Constable Hughley is closing the door, in the act of closing the door, and he's still observing in the direction of the perpetrator. And he does appear in that image with his right hand to be making motion towards his firearm. At 11:24:41, Constable Hughley has drawn his firearm in the direction of the perpetrator. You'll also note in the top right of the image, the door on the passenger side has opened, and the head, barely visible, of Constable McLeod is exiting the SUV. At 11:24:42, Constable Hughley, of course, still has his firearm drawn in the direction of the perpetrator, and Constable McLeod is making his way towards the front of the SUV. 11:24:42 shows us a similar image. At 11:24:43, you can see that Constable McLeod has made his way to the front of the vehicle. And between within this second, I should say, we can essentially see the beginning of a motion similar to a recoil with a firearm. At 11:24:45, Constable Hughley can still be seen with the firearm extended in front of him. And at 11:24:46, you can see Constable Hughley starting to make his way towards the hood of the vehicle, still with the firearm drawn. and he's essentially moving towards Constable McLeod's position. 11:24:47, he continues to move towards Constable McLeod's position. 11:24:48, you can vaguely see that the pistol doesn't appear to be drawn out in the same fashion, that Constable HWY has essentially stood a little more upright and is moving again towards the front of the vehicle. And at 11:24:49, you can just see at the top of the screen that it seems as though the pistol has been lowered to a certain extent. Forensic evidence indicated that Constable McLeod, during this span of time, discharged 11 rounds, and that Constable HWY discharged 12. I won't go into great detail. Constable HWY and Constable McLeod both provided statements to CERT. And I won't go into great detail given that those individuals will be providing their own testimony tomorrow, but I will just provide a brief overview such that Constable HWY indicated in his CERT statement that he had pulled into the Enfield Big Stop in order to obtain fuel. He observed that there were orange bags over some of the pumps, and he attended the first pump that did not have that orange bag over the handle. When he arrived, he observed a male in a vehicle next to him, in a gray vehicle next to him, who had a wound with blood on his forehead, and that Constable HWY found it strange that the individual had not addressed this wound or taken any steps to address it. Constable HWY indicated that he had studied photographs of the perpetrator at the command post in Great Village that morning, and that upon paying attention to the individual, he recognized the perpetrator, and he yelled something to the effect of "Benny," which would be Constable McLeod, "Benny, it's him." At that time, he saw the perpetrator raise a firearm, and it was at that time that Constable HWY discharged his firearm and ultimately moved to cover. Constable McLeod similarly provided a statement to CERT. He similarly indicated that they had pulled in, he and Constable HWY had pulled in to the gas station in order to obtain fuel, that as he was exiting the vehicle for purposes of providing cover, he was acting as a cover officer for Constable HWY, and that as he was exiting to do so, he heard Constable HWY yell something to the effect of "Benny, it's him," or "it's him." He himself didn't recognize the perpetrator, but he was concerned because he recognized that Constable HWY was in a position between himself and the perpetrator, and that he was not in a position to effectively provide cover from that position. He looked to the vehicle. He still didn't quite recognize the perpetrator. However, he did see the individual raise a firearm, and at that point, he discharged his firearm. So I'm going to play a series of broadcasts that were made at the Enfield Big Stop, the first by Constable McLeod.
Enfield Big Stop, Enfield Big Stop. Come on, me. Get to me. Use your cover. Back up, back up. Use your cover. No rush here now. Take comms. Take comms. No, look at
So Constable McLeod will be able to speak to the context, timing of that broadcast in his testimony. Constable HWY also made a broadcast, this one over Colchester radio, so inside the car vehicle.
Enfield Big Stop, copy. Enfield Big Stop with Ernst.
Go on. Kilo 5, shots away. Pump number 6, Enfield Big Stop. Early copies.
Again, Constable HWY will provide his account of that. I'll point out a couple of technical things. Kilo 5 that Constable HWY indicates there is his call sign, so he's identifying himself. Shots away is a reference to the fact that police have discharged rounds as opposed to necessarily having rounds come at them. And of course, he provides the location. The last voice you hear there, Staff Sergeant McGilvery. Staff Sergeant McGilvery had broadcast moments earlier at 11:21 that he was assuming the role of incident commander from Staff Sergeant Jeff West. So that's that individual. The next broadcast is over Constable Hughley's portable radio. His ERT channel is on that portable radio.
Hotel 1, this is your man post for update.
Hi.
Can you give us an update?
Yeah, last I heard shots away from someone. We're heading that direction now.
5, Hotel 5, shots away, Enfield Big Stop. Suspect down in the driver's seat.
Got a lot of wind there, guys. Can you confirm suspect down?
Moving out with under the right hand, they have HRP.
Still a lot of wind, not getting you at all, guys. Can you confirm suspect down? We'll be there in a couple seconds, and I'll give the proper call on the radio.
Kilo 5 and Hotel 5, Pump 6, Enfield Big Stop. Suspect is down in his vehicle, multiple shots away. HRP ERT is with us.
So a couple of things occurring over this broadcast. Essentially what's happening is Staff Sergeant McGilvery, as the incident commander, is asking the team lead, Corporal Tim Mills, he's the team lead of the ERT team, and he's asking him for an update. Corporal Mills has indicated that he too confirms that he heard shots away and indicates that he's in close vicinity. Constable Hughley, who you hear attempting to broadcast, there certainly seems to be a lot of wind interference with his transmissions. However, he indicates that HRP ERT are present at the scene. As I had earlier indicated, there were HRP ERT members very nearby. At the very end of the transmission, Constable Hughley indicates Kilo 5, again, his call sign, and Hotel 5 being Constable McLeod's call sign, and confirms the suspect is down. So there were various items located in the Mazda 3 that were associated specifically to the perpetrator. 5 of those were firearms that were located in the vehicle. 2 firearms were found in the driver's seat area of the car, one being a Glock 23 .40 caliber semi-automatic handgun. It had a pressure-activated laser pointer on the grip, and that was located in the driver footwell area of the vehicle. Also located in the front of the vehicle was an RCMP-issued Smith & Wesson pistol. That was the pistol belonging to Constable Stevenson. That was wedged between the driver's seat and the center console. In the back seat of the vehicle, there were 2 rifles located and a handgun, a Colt law enforcement semi-automatic rifle, a Ruger Mini 14 semi-automatic rifle, and a Ruger P89 handgun with a pressure-activated laser pointer on the grip. So you may recall the accounts in Portapic of Andrew McDonald and Kate McDonald, who had indicated that there was a laser pointer that they had seen just where the perpetrator had discharged rounds at them, and of course consistent with the laser pointers on these firearms. All 5 of the firearms that were seized in the Mazda 3 were loaded. There was also a large amount of unused ammunition located in the vehicle. Much of it was in a cardboard box with loose ammunition contained in it, and that was in the passenger seat of the vehicle. There were also 2 RCMP Smith & Wesson magazines located in the vehicle on the passenger side footwell of the area. One of those RCMP magazines was full with 15 rounds, and the other was empty. Other items that were seized from the Mazda 3, there were various objects associated to the perpetrator. One was the wallet of Sean McLeod that had been stolen by the perpetrator when he had attended 2328 Hunter Road earlier that morning. There were also numerous car keys located in the Mazda 3. So one was a Honda key fob, and that's actually in the previous photo at the very bottom of the photo there, the black rectangular box, and there's a keychain of a dog with it. There were 4 Ford key vehicle fobs, 3 Ford keys, and a Jeep key. The Jeep key is the key in the top photo to the left. And 3 of the Ford fobs had labels on them. They were marked as Ford 1 RCMP, Hot 3, and Ford 2. Further evidence that was located in the Mazda 3 and associated to the perpetrator was a handcuff key and a keychain, and that was located on a black duty belt that also had an extendable baton and a flashlight and an empty handcuff pouch. Chief Medical Examiner, Nova Scotia's Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Bose, conducted the postmortem of the perpetrator and indicated in that report that the perpetrator had sustained gunshot wounds to the head, neck, chest, abdomen, and both arms, and that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds perforating the perpetrator's internal organs. As I indicated, Constable McLeod had discharged 11 rounds, and Constable HWY had discharged 12. 13 9mm bullets were located at the scene. And this is an important piece of information because both Constable HWY's firearm and the Smith & Wesson firearm belonging to Constable Stevenson that was stolen by the perpetrator, both firearms discharge 9mm rounds. So it would appear that the perpetrator fired 1 bullet as well, which accounts for the 13th 9mm casing that was located at the scene. And that discharge of the firearm appears to have been in relation to a self-inflicted wound. The perpetrator, or in the postmortem examination, Dr. Bose identified 2 head wounds associated with the perpetrator. The first head wound had an entrance wound on the right side of the temple area. So if you look to the photo on the left, these are fragments that were collected from both head wound 1 and head wound 2. So head wound 1, entrance wound on the temple area. Head wound 2 was referenced on Monday, the atypical wound on the scalp of the perpetrator. There were a total of 6 fragments taken from the 2 head wounds and put together in this photo that's before you. So with respect to head wound 1, Dr. Bose found that there was a projectile that had passed from the right side temple area through to the left side of the brain. And the projectile associated to that wound is the gray fragment that's seen at the top left of the photograph. That is a gray object, obviously, and it was tested, determined to be consistent with bullet core material or lead. Also related to this wound was stippling present around the entrance wound, suggesting that the firearm that had discharged or inflicted the wound was no farther than 2 feet away at the time that it was discharged. So it appears that this wound was self-inflicted immediately prior to or during Constable HWY and McLeod's discharge of firearms. There, of course, is also circumstantial evidence surrounding this, that being the observations by officers with respect to the possession or holding of a firearm by the perpetrator. So as I mentioned, Constables HWY and McLeod had both observed the perpetrator raise a firearm. Constable McLeod actually was able to discern when he looked that it was in fact an RCMP issued Smith & Wesson. The perpetrator's blood was located on the Smith & Wesson, and ERT members who were conducting the extraction, as I mentioned, had observed the firearm in the perpetrator's hand or lap area during the extraction. So it would also appear that there was one bullet fired from the Smith & Wesson, not only because of the 13 9mm casings, but also because of the state of the magazine that was loaded in the Smith & Wesson. So we know that the perpetrator stole Constable Stevenson's firearm and her 2 additional magazines that were on her duty belt. We know that 14 casings from the firearm that was loaded at that time at the Cloverleaf were located at the Cloverleaf, meaning that 14 rounds from that magazine had been discharged. We know that the perpetrator stole the vehicle of Joey Weber to Gina Goulet's, then stole Gina Goulet's vehicle. The empty magazine is located in the Mazda 3, the RCMP issued magazine is located in the footwell. So that would be the magazine that had been emptied or nearly emptied at the Cloverleaf. The 2 additional magazines that were taken from the duty belt, one full magazine is located on the passenger floor area of the Mazda 3. It would appear that the other had been loaded into the firearm. So the empty magazine from the Cloverleaf had been ejected into the footwell, and a full magazine, one of those being from Constable Stevenson's duty belt, had been loaded into the firearm. From that magazine, 1 bullet had been fired. Head wound 2 is, of course, the second wound that was referenced earlier in proceedings. It was identified by Dr. Bose to be on the right frontal scalp forehead area of the perpetrator. The wound was 2 centimeters from the top of the head and 2 centimeters to the right or midline of the head. There was no soot or stipple present around that wound, suggesting it hadn't been fired from within that 2-foot range. The trajectory of that wound was front to back, and Dr. Bose advised that the wound was not debilitating in nature such that an individual could still function, including operating a motor vehicle despite receiving this wound. So again, we have this photograph of the fragments, and you'll see that there are some copper fragments. A firearms and tool mark examiner examined those copper fragments. He wasn't able to test the lead piece, of course, but what he was able to do was take those copper pieces and look for tool mark identification, so rifling patterns on these copper fragments, and located rifling patterns on 2 of the copper fragments. He compared them to all 7 of the firearms that were present at the Enfield Big Stop scene, so that being Constable Hughley's firearm, Constable McLeod's firearm, and the 5 firearms located in the Mazda 3. And he determined that of all the firearms located at the scene, the only firearm that could have fired those 2 fragments that have the markings on them was the firearm belonging to Constable Stevenson. This is, of course, in reference to what had transpired at the Cloverleaf, and it appears that those fragments were as a result of a discharge of firearm by Constable Stevenson at that scene. Commissioners, this concludes the presentation with respect to Enfield Big Stop. And of course, we do have a witness, Dr. Bose, who will be appearing virtually. I understand, I think that the technical, there's some technical aspects that need to be arranged for that, but it shouldn't take long.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Mancini. We'll just break for as long as it takes to set up the arrangements for Dr. Bose. We'll just stand by the side there, and whenever Dr. Bose is ready, we'll resume. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break.
Oh. Not going to let it get to me. Not going to let it get to me. There was a bunch of stuff lined up that I had to talk about the Big Stop, funnily enough. I didn't even think that they would be here by this point in time. Now I don't think. And it's going to take me a while to find it again. It's all just a joke, man. I just sit here and answer things I say after the fact. Fuck. Wow. Well, let's start with one. One that they have left. Because they have changed something fairly major in this story. I want you to think about the logic of this. Again, logic. No sighting of suspect, PDS Hubli and McLeod at Enfield Big Stop. Speaking with HRP ERT to advise suspect 11:10. Then they're going to decide to go to, you have to read the statements side by side. McLeod's and Hubli's. It's a good read. Compare them. They decide to go to the Elmsdale detachment. Sorry, the Enfield detachment. After meeting up with ERT, the Halifax ERT, why at the Big Stop? What would make you possibly go there at 11:10? You have no idea where it is. So, okay. And then you're going to go to the Enfield detachment. Okay. Because you're worried about it getting shot up. Since that's happened when? Then you're going to go to the Sobeys for that nonsense. But after that, even though, what is there? The Wilsons, the SO, whatever's at the Sobeys, you've got the petrol across the highway where everybody's filling up. Oh no. Then you're going to decide, guess what? I need some gas. Better go back to the Big Stop. Because I'm under half a tank. That makes sense. That makes sense. Doesn't it? You have a gas station right in front of you. 2. Everybody's filling up at them. Wouldn't you have filled up at it the first time? You have under half a tank. You have a lot of gas. Why would you go back to the place where people are meeting up 16 minutes before this all happens? Why did they have to go here? The timestamps. You know how that works, right? Because security systems have different timestamps. I was noticing this yesterday. I don't know. Maybe that saved. Maybe it didn't. Oh, yes, it did. So I was having a little bit more of a analytical, because I'm anal, like analytical, like that. Look, you see, it's going to take me over so much time. I work very slowly, but I'm trying to be methodical, just to find mistakes on things that I see as issues. So I went back to watch the Fisher surveillance video. Riddle me this, Batman. Timestamps in the corner. I don't know if you can see them. I hope you can. This is the same security system, right? 433.55, 433.56, 433.56.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
433.44, 433.55, 445, 433.45. Okay. Off by a second. 434.06, 433.07. Camera's not, this one doesn't work, but some of the time you can kind of see that there's a chain link fence or something. 07, off by a second. Oh, now this one's not even working, number 3. Number 4 never worked to begin with. But not only does it not work, it doesn't even have the frames per second. It doesn't have a timestamp. So it totally loses power, or something happens to it. Okay. Now notice this is the long driveway angle. This is the, you have to freeze frame it. Frame by frame by frame. Frame by frame by frame. Okay? So this is the trucks. This is the longer driveway view. Oh, but if you freeze it, because it has a little bit of a dirt moment. How does this work exactly? 433.55, 433.56. Same fucking camera system. Now the same camera on 2 different camera systems. Really? 433.56, and of course, this one's just not working. 434.06, oh, 434.00. Now it's 6 seconds off. And now this one's not even working at all. Number 3 and 4 never worked to begin with. Does that make sense? Just like you have different timestamps from the same system at Big Stop now. Notice, yes, it's different. Well, they're totally different fonts, totally different systems. Why do you need different systems?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
I know that I've
Ms.
read.
Mancini?
I know that in my heart, and
Thank you, commissioners.
I get things,
My proposal would be to,
and I read it to other
invite
people,
Dr.
and I
Bose,
know
who
I have a record
is,
of it.
appearing virtually.
11:24. Everybody to
testifying
Big Stop.
Regards to the
How would
postmortem
you
examination of the
possibly
perpetrator
know
this
that
morning. And
ahead
Dr.
of time?
Bose, you're on the screen. Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine, Ms. Mancini. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. And Dr. Bose, I'm just wondering if you could spell your last name for the record, please.
Bowes.
Thank you so much. And I would just ask, I guess at this stage, Madam Register, if you would swear in Dr. Bose.
Dr. Bose, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Bose. Dr. Bose and commissioners, my plan is just to first canvass a few questions related to Exhibit A and Dr. Bose's affidavit, which Madam Register is COM number 0037122. just for purposes of asking that Dr. Bose ultimately be qualified as an expert in these proceedings. So if we could turn, please, to page 1 at Exhibit A of Dr. Bose's affidavit. Thank you. And I understand, Dr. Bose, that you're currently serving as Nova Scotia's Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long have you been performing that role?
Since January of 2006.
Thank you. And would you mind offering a sense of your duties and responsibilities that are associated with that role?
Well, I have 2 sets of responsibilities, actually. My first set of responsibilities is regarding the overall oversight and administration of the province's medical legal death investigation system. But my other set of responsibilities is that I am also a practicing medical examiner. So I do 200-ish or more autopsies per year, and I investigate my own set of deaths. So I have, again, 2 sets of responsibilities.
And I take it, Dr. Bose, with respect to both of those responsibilities, you have experience testifying as an expert witness with respect to cause, manner, and mechanism of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you qualified to provide expert opinion evidence on the cause, manner, and mechanism of death and the causes and effects of injuries of the human body?
I believe so, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioners, I understand there have been no objections from participants with respect to qualifying Dr. Bose as an expert with that wording. I'd ask that he be so qualified.
Well, thank you. And thank you to the participants as well. And thank you, Dr. Bose, for assisting us with this. And you are so qualified.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Bose, obviously the focus this morning are your findings in the report of the postmortem examination, case file 20-ME115045, the postmortem examination of Gabriel Wortman, who will herein be referred to as the perpetrator. Where I was going to take us initially was essentially to reference paragraph 120, which is at page 62 of the exhibit 754, the foundational document titled Enfield Big Stop. And you've had a chance to review that foundational document, Dr. Bose?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I think it's page 62. Or paragraph 120. Thank you, Madam Registrar. So paragraph 120. Are you able to see that, Dr. Bose?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could speak to us about whether that paragraph accords with your recollections of your findings with respect to the perpetrator's postmortem examination.
That accords with my memory, ma'am.
Well, thank you. And I'm wondering if you're able to relay information regarding that report in particular for today's purposes with respect to the cause and manner of death of the perpetrator, and as well if you'd be able to illuminate for us information regarding each of the head wounds located on the perpetrator.
Certainly. So I received the perpetrator's body for autopsy, and if you like, ma'am, I can summarize very briefly my findings, and perhaps that might be preferable. Essentially, what I find at autopsy is really innumerable gunshot wounds of the chest and abdomen with really profound mechanical damage of just about every organ. The gunshot wounds that I viewed were all of indeterminate range, so all beyond a couple of feet. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But he also has gunshot wounds of his right arm, left arm, and neck. And I know that the gunshot wounds that they had are of some interest information, so I can go and describe those if you like.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Well, on the right side of the perpetrator's head, I found a gunshot wound that is surrounded by something called stipple. And stipple are tiny punctate abrasions, tiny little red dots that surround the gunshot wound. And the significance of that finding is that in order for a gun to create stipple on the skin, it must be really within a couple of feet of the skin when it is discharged. So the gunshot wound on the right side of the head, one of the gunshot wounds on the right side of the head, is compatible, or I should say, does not exclude the idea that the perpetrator himself created it. I understand there's some circumstantial evidence to suggest that the perpetrator may have shot at himself during terminal events, and my findings can be certainly used to support that. The trajectory of that, of the wound track so created, was really just through the frontal lobes of the brain. And at the end of the wound track, I discovered a small gray metallic object, which was then collected and sent for ballistics analysis. We can talk about that in a second. The other gunshot wound at the head that the perpetrator has is really a very atypical entrance wound on the right side of his head. And the overall morphology and nature of that wound leads me to believe that there may have been an intermediate target. In other words, that whatever the projectile may have gone through an intermediate target before striking the perpetrator's head. For example, glass. The significance of that head gunshot wound would really be very little clinically, since the projectile fragments I discovered within the wound track never entered the head. They were all found within really under the scalp. I think some of them might have made their way into the temporalis muscle. But in any case, that gunshot wound at the head would not have resulted in the perpetrator's disability or death. It is my understanding that, so I collected those fragments of the projectile and sent those for ballistics analysis. And I understand that analysis has some significance for the commission.
And Dr. Bose, just while we're on that, you indicated that that second wound in the scalp area would not have been debilitating. Would you be able to speak to what the characteristics of that injury would have entailed, whether there would have been bleeding from that type of injury, or what visible signs there would have been?
I am certain it would have bled. And I believe there's some circumstantial evidence that would indicate that he did, in fact, bleed from that injury. Other witnesses could speak to that, of course, but I would normally expect the scalp wound to bleed fairly profusely. But again, not to the point where it would be debilitating or deadly.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll shift back to head wound 1 with the projectile passing right to left. Can you comment on any bearing that had on your determination with respect to cause of death?
Certainly. So I guess I should go back and explain by way of background, ma'am, that forensic pathologists are often confronted with the problem of a person who comes into the autopsy suite with more than one potential cause of death. And so the forensic pathologist is forced to weigh the significance of the different pathologies. For example, a person who has a very bad heart disease, but also very bad lung disease, but also diverticulitis or something. And we have to weigh these against each other in terms of their immediacy and their severity. In the end, this man has really innumerable gunshot wounds of his chest and abdomen, which I would say would normally kill a person within seconds. He has a single self-inflicted brain injury, which I think may have been deadly in the course of minutes or more. I should tell you that gunshot wounds with a bifrontal trajectory are rarely survivable. So in my thinking, the group of gunshot wounds that were inflicted by police that day are of probably greater importance, both in immediacy and the certainty with which they killed the perpetrator. So though I do acknowledge the idea that the perpetrator had at least had one self-inflicted injury, I do not think that that injury could be proposed as being of such great severity and immediacy that it would trump the homicidal injuries.
Okay, and can you describe the homicidal injuries in general terms so we can understand the impact that those had with respect to cause and manner of death?
Certainly. Well, if when I think back upon my report and think back upon this man's injuries, it is really profound mechanical disruption of really all of his organs. His heart is perforated a number of times. His aorta, which is the large vessel that comes from the heart that delivers blood to the rest of the body, has more than one perforating injury. I describe in my report that the right lung is morcellated. And what I mean by that is that it's so profoundly mechanically disrupted, it really isn't recognizable as lung anymore. So that, I think, should give you an idea of the profound mechanical damage that all of those gunshot wounds did to the perpetrator's body.
Dr. Bose, you also indicated in your report some, I guess, superficial wounds or wounds such as the hematoma on the top of the head. I'm wondering if you could describe those and what may have caused them.
Well, he does have, as you say, a collection of blood under the skin, a hematoma on his left forehead, and he has a number of abrasions, and I think he has, I described the periorbital ecchymosis, which is just a black eye, the left eye. These are blunt injuries. In other words, they weren't created, I don't think, by a gunshot wound. They were probably created by the application of some blunt force to the head. But the overall shape and size and nature of those injuries are really they really aren't specific enough for me to definitively say exactly what caused them. I mean, a number of things are possible. Falling against a rough object, motor vehicle crash is a possible cause of those. Really, it would be speculative for me to assign a specific cause of those.
Certainly, but it would be consistent in your understanding that type of injury, as you indicated, could have resulted from a motor vehicle collision or accident.
Oh, certainly.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bose, I'm wondering if we can discuss the fragments that were extracted from each of those head wounds, if you would be able to give us a description of those and the implications that those had with respect to your findings.
Well, the metallic fragments that I extracted from the perpetrator's head, really their main significance, I think, is in what the ballistics experts were able to say about them. The ballistics experts, to my understanding, have proposed that the self-inflicted one, that their findings are compatible with one of them being self-inflicted. My understanding is that the ballistics experts have also proposed that the tiny fragments within the scalp of the perpetrator probably originated with Constable Stevenson's gun. They don't change my thinking with respect to cause and manner of the perpetrator's death, but of course they have some significance at commission.
And would you be able to offer us a description of what those fragments looked like? And in particular, Madam Registrar, I'm wondering if you would be able to pull up the photograph. I have it as page 64 on Exhibit 754, but I'm probably wrong.
So I am shown a photograph here of a group of 5 or 6 metallic fragments. I'm sure you're seeing the same one with an ABFO number 2 ruler. The large silver-colored fragment that is at the upper left-hand corner of this group that almost touches the 115045. That is the fragment that I recognize as having been collected from inside the perpetrator's brain. This other material originates within the scalp. So the second head wound, I guess, in your list.
So the metallic object at the top left of the photograph, that was at the end of the trajectory that traveled from right to left?
Yes, that was within the brain.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bose, I'll turn to you. Do you think there is any other information relevant to the postmortem report that would shed some light or illumination for us at the commission with respect to your findings?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, there's a tremendous number of injuries. I do want to offer some clarity on one thing I mentioned in my report. I think in the section on the chest and abdomen, I described 25 discrete entrance wounds, but I also talk about innumerable small abrasions and coarse stipple and this kind of thing. You may have wondered what that could be due to, and what I would tell you is that that is probably due to the fact that the various projectiles that traveled through the vehicle probably first of all, may have broken apart, but also
those projectiles that traveled through the body, do they provide us with any sense of the, or did they follow a certain the direction from which those injuries were inflicted?
I think at some point in my report, I described them as being broadly right to left. And let me sort of give you some, I guess, a little bit more explanation of that. With a case like this, there's, well, as I've said, at least 25 discrete gunshot wound injuries of the chest and abdomen of the perpetrator. The pathways of the bullets crisscross and become confluent, and it becomes really impossible from a practical perspective to separate them out. A really specific statement about the trajectory of those bullets is really impossible. But I think I can tell the court that, broadly speaking again, that the bullets came from the right. And I think that's broadly compatible with the circumstances. Although I would caution you actually that in the course of events, obviously the perpetrator's body is free to move in all three planes. So that you could imagine, for example, a person who would twist at the waist and offer essentially the left side of their body to a gun. So again, broadly right to left, would caution you against drawing very specific inferences.
Certainly. Dr. Bose, those are my questions for the moment. What will take place now is we'll canvass with representatives, counsel for the participants. I'm sure that they will have some questions for you. So I'd ask that you don't go too far, but I would ask commissioners if we could take a brief break or a break to allow that process to happen.
Yes, thank you again, Dr. Bose. We will break, let's say, 20 minutes just to allow counsel for the participants to meet with commission counsel to prepare the questions in the most efficient manner possible, and we'll be back to you as soon as possible. We'll call it 20 minutes now, but if you need more time, Ms. Mancini, just let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Prepare. Do you see? Prepare the questions. There you go. Laying groundwork. Laying groundwork. Is it going to do that? That's why clinically dead? Oh, nothing. Don't worry about Heather. Oops. Really? Come on, man. Black eye was mentioned in there too. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch this stuff. Now, black eyes don't form right away. Black eyes take time. Thank you to the person who's helping out in the background who pointed that out. Rightfully so. Very good. Because frankly, I get frustrated with all this, so I don't pick up on everything. Why does he have black eye? So that would have take time to sip. Did he get punched? What about the bags on Aaron's hands at the autopsy? Were his hands tested for DNA? You can't go through this whole without getting injured. No effing way. Not with somebody of Aaron's caliber. I didn't know Aaron, but I've heard about Aaron. And you can look at him. He's ripped. Ripped. And he was a fucking fighter, man. Big time. Did time for it. From my understanding. So, yeah. Fighting was nothing. Why were his hands tested? There you go. Bang. But there were bags. His hands were bagged in the autopsy. Were they tested? Just like were Lisa's hands tested? They're laying groundwork. They're throwing you a shiny thing and laying groundwork. Because the hard questions are going to be just like saying, well, it's a suicide, but it's not really a suicide. To try to answer the discrepancy between McLeod and Hubly's statement while he raised the gun to his head. Again, another easily replicated thing. Try to wedge a gun down in between. You don't need to wedge it because it should just fall in between the center console and the seat on a Mazda 2 or Mazda 3, sorry. Does that happen? He was kind of dead, but he wasn't really dead. So guess what? We can just put a blanket over them and just leave that for hours and hours. Meanwhile, we run a PR campaign in the background. So wow. One day, everybody's going to be really critically thinking hard. Everybody. Going to be looking at all of it. Going to be like, oh, this was quite a shit show that they were feeding people. Smiling. Who smiles about this kind of stuff? Who laughs and giggles about it? It's not funny. Not funny at all. Maybe they should sit down, have a conversation with some of the families. I wonder if they will smile then as they pour out how their lives have been irreparably destroyed. And you do your NASCAR to cover your ass. No one's gone back to the Bonds, Tuck's family. No, because they NASCAR'd through it. No way they were killed. They never were able to answer how, order, nothing. Takes 8 to 12 hours, black eye. If they said green, yellow eye, that's freshy, black eye, later stages. Absolutely. Now we've got, well, maybe winged in the head by Heidi, maybe not. Because, you know, bullets fly apart. Fragments. Really? 14 shots, man. That sounds from a trained RCMP officer. Don't give me the musical ride bullshit, because that's old. She was a member. No, not one person. Not one person. It's just logic. Logic. This man, Aaron, is going to be fighting for his family's life. Think about if it were you. Look at moms. They pick up cars. They literally pick up cars. That's what adrenaline does. You become something else. Hulk. And Aaron didn't need to be Hulk. But if you throw the Hulk factor in, oh, then it becomes an issue. Subdue him? Really? Solo? Crackolo? Everyone's fingernails should have been tested. All the DNA. All should be available. Blah. With this sham shit show they show you. Really? Can't even get the documents up after a year and a half. We're still writing it. We're still figuring it out. We need time to prepare for the lawyers to ask questions. We need a caucus. Really? When do lawyers get to ask questions in this? Look at that. I'm going to play the Dunphy inquiry. I played it, pieces of it over the last 2 years. See how that operates. See if there's a difference between what you watch here and watch what that is. And inquiries, by and large, like somebody who served in Ottawa for a long time, wrote me and told me, and that's true. Inquiries generally are cover your ass. The omission is something extra special. Protected A. Imminent national security. Really? In perpetuity. Really? Get out of here. Wow. We're talking. Was any of this? I'm glad. Thank you for Seawood for. I like to be corrected. Don't have to review that file because seems like there's some interesting things in there. Timeline doesn't fit for the bonds. Where he's traveling through woods that you can't even yourself drive through from point A to B. The members' own statements say, I wouldn't take a truck through there, a big truck. Because you don't take a car through trees. Think about it. You don't close chain fences after you're being pursued by everybody. You don't change your clothes. Take spare pants. You don't do mechanic work behind welding shops. It's just logic. All logic. Camera systems don't operate with different times on totally different systems. Oh, maybe Lisa punched Wortman? Oh, okay. What was it? Something about handcuffs. Oh, right. All night. Wearing the handcuffs all night. I read that the other day. That's interesting. Okay. Then they're in the back of the car. Then they're getting taken out, cleaned with WD-40, don't you know? And gone. Gone. Not able to produce anything but 500,000 plus pages, which they can't even upload to their website, which you can't batch download, which they don't have recordings of interviews. Who was it? Somebody yesterday. 4 elements. I keep repeating this. There are 4 elements to an interview, police interview. There is a written transcript. There is an audio transcript. There is a video transcript. There are member notes. 4. Where is all of it? Where are the audio recordings of 911? You guys are definitely picking out the timestamps and stuff like that. But all of the other shit, and if you're here, then you've got to start telling people and getting them on board. That's what we need. More and more people, more and more eyes. I don't say that for self-promotion. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't make any money out of this. Some comment earlier. I'm retired. That's what I've been doing for fucking years. That's why I spend my money doing what I do every day, all day. To take care of a friend and people I've never met before. Not take care of, look out for, help, assist. That's the way it goes. Driving casually. Yeah, that was also in the number 4, Lillian. Because that makes sense, of course, don't you know? Getting pursued all over the province, but you're, what were the words they used? Casually, sauntering. I haven't heard that word in a little while. I love the English language. Sauntering. Okay, sauntering. Because that's what you do when you're being pursued, just like you have a sleep. Maybe you have a shower. Heard that one before. That makes sense. Do you recall the Twitter post by Oh, 13 million is nothing. If you believe that, then I've got a bridge. 13 million ain't shit. That's just to pacify you. The glow in the background. Holy shit, man. I don't know how much that would cost. All of the payoffs. Center fire. Magazine dumps into the target. Special forces shoot until target's no longer a threat. JTF too. Interesting. Don't I know, in the styrofoam car? But it's so easy to replicate it. And that would be what you would show somebody. Look, I can drive. I can drive from point A to B. Here I am on road 1. And I'm going to go through the trees. up and down a curvy path. Who was that had the photo? Somebody had a photo of clear cutting? 2019, July. Oh, there's nothing there. Google Earth with a diagonal cut through Portapic. Get out of here. Get out of here. Welding shop, mechanic sleeping, throwing boot slippers, whatever, and doing mechanic work. There's mechanic work going on there. Does that make sense? In the middle of the night. With what power source? How would you light up the interior of your car? Anybody who's done mechanics, logic. I'm gonna rip apart my steering wheel. I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna do that. That makes sense. I'm going to find the items because I just have a feeling. Get out of here. Yes. Whose 911 call happens to be missing from the logs. Like 2 others, at least, I found. There should be a record of that. As in, it should say transcribed, this is what time we received the call. They say in their documents, this is what time we received a call. Previously transcribed, which funnily enough should just be there. But anyway, and it's not like it's a waste of paper since it's digital. But there is no call attributed to the time that they say on at least 3 calls that I found to do with HWY. I'm not calling Mr. Fisher a liar. I'm not calling anybody anything. I don't like to accuse people of things, but the evidence doesn't align. So either something's missing, but you don't, who would take their cuffs home and wire brush them? WD-40? Seriously? Is that what you would do? Logically, you come across a crime scene. I'm going to remove something. I'm going to take it home. Then I'm going to clean it thoroughly. So there's no DNA or anything on it at all. And then I'm going to give them to the RCMP. And then they will disappear. Moratorium. Hopefully that person is well. Gosh knows. Don't end up dead in a motel room. DNA? Where is it? Where is the DNA test? This is all
Excuse
logical.
me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
I don't need words of gratitude. I appreciate, I don't need that. What I need is people to listen. I've been saying a lot of shit for 2 years. And if you like what you hear, just like if you like a certain pair of pants or whatever, then you go and buy them. Hopefully they don't have a yellow stripe on them, but maybe they do. Who knows? Do they even know? I appreciate it. It's not what I'm looking for. It's not the accolades. It's the credibility. It's the credibility. And listen, I find what this person says, because there's a machine working against me. Get it? I'm not fucking with you. Lord only knows. Just like there is a machine working against oh dear and all of the people who are telling the truth. It's a big, very powerful machine. Very powerful. And it is across the spectrum. Whether it be on again, it's just there. If you can see it, you'll see it. If you can see it, you'll see it. It's in the mainstream media. It's all over the place. It's even amongst us right now. Most people will have answers to come to at some point in time. Not on a winning team. Not on a winning team. Not on a moral team. Nothing is worth hurting other people. I decide to come back now.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to thank council for the participants and your collaborative approach with our commission council. Do we have Dr. Bose here? Yes. Hello again, Dr. Bose. It's you can't see us, so it's Commissioner McDonald speaking, and I'm happy to report that the council for the participants have met and have agreed that one of the council only will be asking you some follow-up questions. He is Mr. Rob Pinio from Patterson Law, and his firm represents many of the families of the lives taken, family members. Thank you. Mr. Pinio, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dr. Bose, some of the questions I'm going to ask you are merely to elicit some further information based on your earlier testimony, and some will cover some areas that you didn't testify to earlier. So I'm going to start with the newer areas. You provided an affidavit in December of 2021 to this Mass Casualty Commission?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the request of Commission Counsel, was it?
Yes, I suppose.
Okay. And I take it from your testimony earlier, you stated several times that the Commission had an interest in the head wounds. So I take it that you were instructed to concentrate on the perpetrator's head wounds in your affidavit?
Well, those were the issues that were proposed to me, so that is what I did.
Okay, thank you. So you've tagged two separate wounds as head wound 1 and head wound 2, and so I'll refer to them that way when I ask questions. So head wound 1, can you agree with me that that probably happened second and head wound 2 probably happened first? I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Well, so just, yeah, for sure. So head wound 1 is the one with the stipple. And that is the one that is proposed to have been self-inflicted. The second head wound is the one that is very typical and resulted in metallic fragments under the scalp.
Okay.
That's your understanding as well.
Okay.
But I think that, you know, I would agree with your statement.
Okay. So that head wound 2 probably happened first and head wound 1 probably happened last in
I think so.
Okay, thank you. So head wound, we'll deal with head wound 2 first. Head wound 2, I think you've described, and I'll put it in layman's terms, as probably a ricochet type of shot. That is, the bullet deflected off of something else before it hit the perpetrator's skull.
Passed through or ricocheted off, sure.
Okay. And it's also your evidence, as you testified earlier, that head wound 2 wouldn't have, in all likelihood, resulted in any dysfunction or disability to the perpetrator.
No, sir, that's correct.
Okay. There was a third wound, at least a third wound on the perpetrator's head, which was a a bruise or a hematoma. I think you stated to be in your report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And based on, and I'm obviously no doctor, so I might fumble around a bit with layman's terms, but it's my understanding that a bruise or a hematoma takes some time to form up, that it will look different immediately after, let's say, a punch than it will look hours later. It evolves in form, shape, and appearance. Is that correct?
I think that is fair.
Okay. And in terms of the hematoma that you observed on the perpetrator's head, can you say approximately how soon before his death that whatever collision made that hematoma occurred?
No, I can't provide the commission with reliable estimates, sir.
Okay. Can you say whether it was 1 hour as opposed to 5 or 6 hours? Are you even able to provide that information?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. In several places in your post-mortem report, you use the term, and I just want to get the exact term, mechanical disruption. Can you
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that in layman's terms, or layperson's terms, what a mechanical dysfunction is?
Mechanical disruption is a phrase I use to connote something that's been torn apart to the point where it becomes less recognizable as the structure that it was, if that makes sense.
It does. Would that also include the inability of that body part to function as it did before?
It depends upon the body part, but by and large, that is the consequence of that.
Okay. So I'll be more specific, and I'm going to focus you now on head wound 1. And head wound 1 is the shot that I think you've testified it's possible or quite likely that it was self-inflicted by the perpetrator.
Okay.
Yeah, and you agree with that, my characterization of it, do you? That it was probably self-inflicted?
I think that makes the most sense, sir.
Okay, thank you. And just for illustration purposes, and I don't want to be too graphic, but the headshot number 1 entered the right temple area of the perpetrator, and it traveled to the left side of his skull, going slightly towards the rear of the skull. Is that a fair characterization?
I think that's really good, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to focus you, and I won't ask them to bring the picture up unless you need it, but the photograph of the bullet fragments and ballistic fragments, I think you said that the upper left-hand corner gray object was the projectile involved in headshot number 1?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. And the other 5 pieces were fragments that you removed from headshot number 2. Is that correct?
Yes, and those were the ones under the scalp.
Okay. Now, when you conducted your post-mortem examination and later your report, you were the one that put all 6 of those pieces into one exhibit?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you do that under anybody's instruction, or was that your own decision?
No, well, I make those decisions in the morgue.
Okay. Can you tell me why you put all 6 of them in one exhibit when they were from 2 distinct wounds?
Well, you know, I guess the short answer is that, you know, with a fellow like this who has probably literally hundreds of fragments of metal, I had to make some choices about how, practically speaking, I can package those. And actually, first of all, which ones I select and how they are packaged. I made the decision to group these together.
Okay. And you know that from reviewing the ballistics report produced by the RCMP that all 6 of those fragments were determined to have not been fired from the 2 guns used by the RCMP officers at the Big Stop?
That is what I've gathered, yes.
Okay, and you've reviewed that report, correct?
Yes, I was permitted to do so.
Okay, and I don't know if you noticed this or not, but I'll ask you if you did. Did you notice that the only 2 weapons that were submitted for that ballistics test were the pistol, the Sig Sauer, and the Colt used by the RCMP officers?
I did not notice that detail, no.
You didn't, okay.
No.
Are you aware that the pistol that was formerly Heidi Stevenson's was not submitted for testing? Were you aware of that?
No, sir. The decision about how ballistics testing is done and what is selected for that testing is not up to me.
Okay. You determined that the cause of death was, the cause of the perpetrator's death was homicide by multiple gunshot wounds?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Homicide here is the manner.
Okay. So your ultimate conclusion then is that the self-inflicted gunshot wound was not the cause of death?
Ultimately, no. I think that in the grand scheme of things, I think that the collection of homicidal gunshot wounds are probably of greater importance, both in their immediacy and in their clinical importance.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to assume a hypothetical. If you assume that the shots fired into the perpetrator's body by the RCMP members had not occurred, would the perpetrator have died nonetheless due to the self-inflicted wound?
We certainly may have. Perhaps Mr. Pinillo would assist you to, if I could give you some statistics about this.
Sure.
Yeah, so gunshot wounds at the head are always serious, the ones that actually enter the brain. Just, you know, in preparation for my testimony, I did consult the scientific literature on this. So I'm you know, giving you figures that I believe are reliable here.
Sure.
It's thought that about 70% of all victims of gunshot wounds to the head are declared dead at the scene. This is...
Sorry, was that 7%?
70.
70, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So this is a highly lethal injury. Most of the rest, many of the rest do not make it to hospital. They're transported, but they're declared dead en route. And then most of the rest of the people who make it to hospital also die, so that the overall mortality of a gunshot wound to the head is something like 95%. So a gunshot wound to the head is always a very serious injury. However, the ones that are survivable tend to be the ones that cross only the frontal lobes or at once or one side of the brain. So the perpetrator here has one of those gunshot wounds to the head that is plausibly survivable, although not at all likely. But if he was going to die of it, it would probably be over the course of minutes rather than the seconds that the homicidal gunshot wounds gave him.
Okay. So your evidence is, had he, on this hypothetical, had he been left alone, he most likely would have died within minutes from that self-inflicted gunshot wound.
That is probable. Again, acknowledging that there's a lot of different variables in the hypothetical scenario. Yeah, did that answer your question?
It did, yes, thank you.
Good, yeah.
Now, in terms of, I think you did describe in your post-mortem report that the self-inflicted gunshot wound or head wound 1 was provided a mechanical disruption. And can you tell me what effect that would have had on his motor skills?
Well, again, any penetrating gunshot wound to the brain would most probably resulted in immediate unconsciousness. So the motor cortex of the brain is considerably behind where I observed the gunshot wound, but I don't think it would have mattered. I think he would have been immediately unconscious in any case.
Okay. And I believe in your written evidence, at least, you stated that had the bullet, if a bullet hits the brain stem, then it's, I think, game over or lights out. I forget which terminology was attributed to you. Is that your evidence?
The brain stem, yes. Gunshot wounds that traverse the brain stem are thought to be instantaneously, irrevocably lethal.
Okay. And can you, for the purposes of the participants and the public, can you explain exactly where the brain stem is? What it is you're referring to that is lights out?
Well, I guess the most important point to make here is that the wound tract that we've been talking about is several centimeters old. It's really irrelevant. However, for your information, if you followed your spinal cord up your spine and up into your brain, the first thing you would encounter is the brainstem. That would be the midbrain, pons, and medulla oblongata. That is the part of the brain where if a bullet traverses it, then that is it.
Okay, thank you. And that is the information I was looking for. Now, in your postmortem report, you give observation and opinion on the perpetrator's right arm. And I think sorry, I have it here. Your first observation is the skin of the lateral aspect of the upper arm has a group of 3 entrance-type gunshot wounds. So just to illustrate this for the public, we're talking about a portion of his arm from the elbow to the shoulder. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And could you be a little more descriptive in what you saw? For example, were the muscles completely obliterated and the only bone remaining, or something else?
Well, at the risk of being indelicate, there was really profound disruption of all the muscles of the arm. It was really torn up really quite badly. I'm sorry if that's too graphic.
No, that's fine. And again, in your summary of the wounds inflicted on the upper right arm, you say this group of injuries is also associated with profound mechanical disruption of the muscles of the right arm. You do go on, but that's the part I would like you to focus on. So are you, with profound mechanical disruption, are you saying that he would have been unable, assuming he wasn't unconscious from the self-inflicted gunshot wound, would he have been unable to use his right arm?
I think you're correct. I think that with that level of damage to his arm, it would not have been usable.
Okay. For example, would he have been able to raise it up to the level of his head?
I doubt that.
Okay.
So Aaron can't use his arm. That's what they're trying to say.
A follow-up question that one of the other lawyers representing those most affected asked me to ask you a little bit about the nature of the bleeding from the perpetrator's head in relation to head wound 1 or headshot 1. And I think in your direct testimony, you said that it would have bled profusely.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you notice whether it was, or were you able to tell if it was bleeding at the time that he expired?
Well, that would be very hard because his body, the surface of his body was so bloodstained by the time I got it. I don't think I'd be able to draw any conclusion from that.
Do you recall seeing any blood exiting head wound 1, headshot 1?
Well, the entire right side of the head was bloody, sir. So
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. Yeah.
Okay. as he was, let's say, let's back up 15 minutes before, and I'm asking you again for a hypothetical here, obviously. If you back up 15 minutes before his death, would you have expected him to still be bleeding at that point in time?
I would think so.
You would think so? Okay.
I would think so, yes. I mean, assuming he has a normal blood pressure, which I think is a correct assumption. He really should have been still bleeding, I would think, at least a little bit from that wound.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it depends to some extent on how fast his body clots blood and how much first aid he applied to himself. But I mean, that's the kind of injury which I would expect to bleed.
Okay. Let's back up even further, and I'll ask you to assume that he sustained that wound from Heidi Stevenson's gun at Shubenacadie. And to buffer that hypothetical, we do know that a significant amount of his blood was found in the Weber vehicle and then later in the Goulet vehicle. So the assumption is he was bleeding from somewhere, through that time period. So if we back up to the time that he was, and assume that he sustained a head injury or that head wound number 1 in Shubenacadie, would you expect him to still have been bleeding from it by the time he got to Enfield?
And how much time do we propose pass by there? What is the interval? Do you know?
I believe 35 to 40 minutes, but I could be corrected on that.
Well, I think that it's quite possible that he was still bleeding 35 minutes later from that injury. But again, with the caveats that I've already mentioned.
Okay.
The body does have a tendency to clot blood and to even untended to staunch its own bleeding.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinio, and thank you again, Dr. Bose. We will be hearing from you again after the lunch break. We'll shoot for 1:45, Dr. Bose, so we'll break then until 1:45. If you could stand by again for us, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
For sure, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1:45.
You see what they're doing, right? You saw it with the bonging out radios, talked about how the bonging out radios in Onslow was going to be tried to use to explain, and they didn't really pull it then, but to an extent, down in Shuby with Heidi. Okay, so you lay the groundwork for Heather and brain injuries and what did he call it? Mechanical disruption. Love this invented term. I tried to find that. I can't. I can find mechanical disruption to do with cells, to do with respiratory things. That's an invented term, to the best of my research thus far. So it's, but what are they trying to do? They're trying to say, oh, you watch. There's medical disruption or mechanical disruption, Heather and the Fitbit. No, don't worry. Nothing to see here. Same thing with the arm. The arm, because the point has been made about fighting. And Aaron would have, you can't use the arm. He couldn't use the arm. That doesn't matter. That's to answer a different question. Do you follow? Sad, very sad, very cheap, very transparent, very obvious. Sad, very sad. I wonder if there's any conflicts anywhere. Black eyes. Okay. Let's have a look at that. How long does a black eye last? The development of black eyes takes some time. Anybody who's been in a fight knows that. Stage 1, you know, they're trying to say that the black eye resulted from the accident. Within next day, starting to change color. No. It just becomes, the surrounding tissue will become swollen and tender. That's what happens. Then it becomes bigger. Then it becomes colored. So the injury took place much prior. How many people would have been fighting back in this story? I would assume a whole bunch, because they're fighting for their life, right? Or the lives of their loved ones. So, you know, better do that. Injury to the top of the head from the accident, I believe he said, to the top of the head. That results from, you know, going through windows and that kind of thing. Banging your head on a steering wheel would be here. Or did somebody hit him on the head? I.e., would there be a DNA weapons used against this person? Are you getting the story, or are you black eye would be red first? Takes overnight. Yes, of course it does. I see a question in here, and it's a very good question to ask. Might there be something else, conflict possible somewhere? Clock watcher, setting up for the head injury. Yep, that's what that's about. That's what it's about. Lay the groundwork. Just like lay the groundwork for Aaron or somebody else, but particularly Aaron, because that question has been asked numerous times. Aaron, skilled fighter. Oh, he couldn't use an arm. No. So therefore, it just never happened. We don't need to test anything. Fuck you. You bagged them. Where's the DNA? Where's the DNA on anything? Asking him a question about ballistics, he's not an expert in that. He's not a technical expert in Fitbits. He's a technical expert in mechanical disruption. Where's that here? You know, maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised somewhere. Airflow. Oh, okay. It's a term he uses, he said. He uses. It's not a medical term. Mechanical disruption, to, according to him, because he said it was his term. Cell disruptions. Yeah. Not anything to do with brains. Not anything to do with, oops. This. But that's what they're setting you up for. It's all about laying groundwork. It's all about laying groundwork. We'll tell you this over here, which actually is really answering something over there. Subtly. You get ahead of it. They watch these videos. They're watching right now. Going to be a problem. You just showed your cards. You showed your cards with the injury to arm. Sad. Very sad. Very cheap. Nothing to do with nothing. Frankly, most people don't even care. You know, other than, A, can we figure out that this person died, and did he die in the correct fashion? And was he guilty? Those things should be answered. Was procedure followed? Seems very odd to shoot somebody trying to kill themselves. I don't know. Probably you don't want to. There won't be any such thing as suicide. I guess people jumping off bridges will just be shot. De-escalation, anyone? Oh, where did that go? Oh, I believe he made shut out warnings. I'm not sure. I couldn't hear anything. Blood, 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 blood on shirt. There didn't seem to be any mention about blood on the shirt in Helmsdale. Tennis balls, blue jeans, bump on the head. Bump on the head, which is what was it before? Oh, he was shot by Heidi. Now it's a bump on the head, because that's the way guns work, don't you know? I don't know. Maybe it's a Nerf gun that the RCMP are running around with. Hello. What are you eating? That doesn't sound like food. Well, that's why the statements are interesting to compare. Yes, well, the reason I flashed that up is because that was what he was talking about. Business about mechanical disruption and Wortman's brain, blah, 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 doesn't have anything to do with the price of tea in China. It has to do with this. But it's pretty tough to explain. Really tough to explain. Hours and hours and hours. That's very elevated. That person, Heather, is in a serious state of distress. But you put a blanket on her. And then you run a PR campaign. You know, what was that? I can't remember the NPF's little sock account that they're using there. God, with all their sock accounts, really. Fancy music. You're paying for that. I want my underwear back. He's quite the guard dog, don't you know? Nova. Stop. He's talking about Gabe's arm, but really what they're talking about is Tuck's arm, because Tuck's arm was injured. And like TikTok said, of course, he's going to use everything at his disposal. Aaron, anybody in the story, anybody is going to use everything at their disposal. Aaron just happens to be a little bit more trained than some other people. John and Lana. John, you know, Lana. These people are also trained. They're probably not going to just go along with the plan willingly. Would you? No, of course not. So you're going to hit back. Who or whomever is involved with all of this is going to have a fuckload of injuries, man. Medical doublespeak. The mechanical disruption. It's a term I use, but I'm an expert. Possible. It's possible. What was the other stuff they were saying there? Let's go back. Some of you guys were picking up on stuff. Having trouble to connect. Please check your internet connection. That's what I get when I try and send messages. Yum. Of course. Like, what? I'm streaming this shit. Where's that? See? See that comment there? Having trouble to connect. Really? Well, you guys were all watching the stream, weren't you? Didn't seem like I was having an internet connection problem. Maybe 4 blue screens this morning. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. How you doing, CSE? You are correct with the time. Depends on how many watches you wear. You need multiple security systems with all kinds of different times, because that makes sense. For the same place. Yeah. ×2. Okay. No blood to be seen. I was going back and reviewing the supposed. See, where's the pump? Where's the pump tape from there? From Petro. Once again, missing. Felix said he had a different view, I believe, and he also said he had very crisp videos. Good. Where are those? Do you get to see them? No. Of course. That might go in the protected A, B category. They'll tell you for sure it's protected B. What does that mean? Even at the bare minimum. Sensitive. Sensitive. Hmm. To national security. Really? A fellow dying at the pumps. But I'd argue this is protected A. I really would. I feel very safe in saying that. Very safe. Given some of the handling of other things. And again, just like everything, there's kind of, I would say, records of these things. Look at the ATIP requests. Oh, no, can't disclose. Can't disclose. Why again would you not be able to disclose? Oh, imminent threat to national security. Excuse me? A guy at a gas pump is an imminent threat to national security. Okay. Making sense here. No. protected B is quite serious, but moving to protected A is even more serious. Destruction of evidence is quite serious. Yes. I don't want to, like, but I mean, running from the reality of things, you can't. And I think that has to be faced, even though it's a horrific thought. It's a horrific thought. And I'm sorry, but no PR campaign is really going to solve that. Yeah, like I literally get goosebumps thinking about it and have problems sleeping. Wow, just the chills. Oh boy. Textbook. Is that textbook, Brian Sauvé? I do hope that nobody ever has to incur any such thing. But don't worry, they'll try and tell you. Nothing to feel. Only God knows that. Heather would have known that. And how many other people? I was flipping through the documents. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I came across an interesting notation. 541, I believe it was. So if we go correct based on what they're saying, somebody's doing a lot of reenacting right now, I think. I'll have to read that in a bit, which is good. Things should just hold up, right? Thank you. Right. So when I was going through some members' notes, this would be Trent Milton. His member notes. Let's see here. He did not specify when, but if you follow the logic, things go in chronological order, right? You write notes. You can't really go back and add things after. You don't leave spaces or anything. Searched woods from air, Sky Ranger. The Sky Ranger is a drone equipped with FLIR. Only animals observed on, I believe that's FLIR camera on grid search of area. The next entry following that, which goes in chronological order because you write things in order. What does that say? 6:33. Advised that girlfriend just showed up at neighbor's house. So if the drone is flying over and it's finding animals, would it not find Lisa? You'd think there would be a heat signature there. Okay. To do with the there's not a word in the English language for it that I can, because there just isn't words for it. But the thought of people being alive for longer, anywhere in the story is hard, beyond hard to even conceive of. Because, of course, we have to put ourselves into other people's shoes at that moment. The first phone call came from 123, right? The Blairs? Unless I'm misreading, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it appears as though they don't go until 521. Another victim discovered on the front step of the residence. His dog is sitting on top of him. Saying if, and I'm not suggesting that, but if anybody in the story was alive longer than what they say, it's interesting that you don't go to the first 911 call until 520. Thank you. I will check my Twitter right now. I think there's a little button for anybody who's interested in that up on the top. I'm really inept at technology. I don't want to know, frankly, though. Okay. Applies to information assets compromised that could cause injury to individual, organization, or government. Protected B, could cause serious injury. Oh, sorry, not protected A, protected C. Applies information assets, if compromised, could cause extremely grave injury. Now, these are levels of national security. So when you're talking about injury, right, it's not an individual you're talking about. It's organizations, governments. This is not a political thing I'm on about because apolitical, it's all garbage. Organizations. How possibly, if it was textbook, could there be serious injury? We know this one for sure. Serious injury to individual, organization, or government. I mean, that's all over the top of every page of documents that they've given you that are cleared for you to see. That's protected B. Why is there a level of protection again needed if it was, what did Sauvé said? Oh, near textbook. Okay. I believe, what is it called? Some notes are really good. Some of them are regurgitations of member notes. Sorry, I often speak without specifying. Oh, yes. This was in there too. $6.39. In handcuffs. Advised over air, she being girlfriend, neighbor, ex-wife, common law, separate bedroom, whatever, advised over air she last saw him at warehouse when she was able to get away. What? In handcuffs. In handcuffs. I've had too much coffee. In handcuffs. So that means that the handcuffs would not be in the car? Is that what you're trying to say? Maybe it was just a miswrite. I don't know. But that's Mr. Who is this? Milton's words. Could just be. I don't know. Sky Ranger. Let's look at Sky Ranger. Oh, yes. Oh, what that? Oh. Forward-looking infrared. Oh. Whoa, heat signatures. Could only find animals. Not tree stumps. And fairy trees. Okay. Maybe it just was not functioning. Maybe. Maybe. It's not true. Not all files are protected B. And again, that's what you're cleared to see. You do understand that they've spent 1.5 years clearing things, right? If everything was cleared to see, then you would be able to see it all. But you're not able to. So the question is just logic. Obviously, you're not. Which means it falls into a different category. Hence, the ATIP requests, which cannot be completed or partially completed. So if they bring up Aaron and they tell us when they were killed, no, they can't, and they won't. They won't tell you about how long people survived. They will say, oh, they died instantly. Again, do you know that? If in fact, in this case, Mr. Milton's notes are true, how do you know? They didn't seem to go there for, I guess that would be over 7 hours. People's houses weren't being checked, even though there were wellness checks in for quite a long time. Even though there were people in the area, members, didn't happen to go by. Even though it was on their list of to-dos. Could those people have been alive longer? Possibly. Horrific thought. But true. True that the question is true. Gina might have hit Gina might have hit him. Who knows? But then there would be DNA. How many items in the story were tested for DNA? How many? And thank you again, Seawood, for correcting me. I so appreciate not when I say something wrong. And I think I've got a pretty good track record, but one doesn't need to toot their own horn. Project Wide Awake. Serious injury to an organization. That's what we're at publicly. Why? If it's all... I got to make sure that I got the wording correct on that one. Better go to their website and make sure. Progressive strong representation. Oh, did they remove it? The near textbook? I showed that the other day. Let's see. I'll go read these two. I like to be... Mass Casualty Commission reviews death of Constable Heidi Stevenson. I want to make sure I got everything correct. And if I'm in the wrong, I got to be in the wrong and, stand up and say it. Injury of Constable Chad Morrison. Following is a statement, Brian Sauvé, president of the National Police Force, i.e. RCMP Union, regarding Mass Casualty Commission reviews of death of Constable Heidi Stevenson and injury of Chad Morrison. I wonder if he's going to state, I'm hoping, I haven't read this before, but I'm hoping that he was going to say something to the effect of, it was pretty horrific that you wouldn't play anybody else's statements, voices, any other victims or survivors, say, of non-911 phone calls. Witness statements, interviews. But you would play Heidi. I'm hoping he's going to stand up and say that. Regarding our hearts will be with the family, friends, and colleagues of our fallen member, Constable Heidi Stevenson, and those of the 20... Right. They just will not budge on this one, will they? Obviously, there's something about it. Other innocent victims. The Mass Casualty Commission hears today about Heidi's brave actions and circumstances surrounding her murder in the line of duty. Oh, so this was written prior, because the tense is not heard, hears. So he wrote it prior. As the commission hears evidence about Constable Stevenson's heroic actions to protect Nova Scotians April 19th, 2020, we pause to acknowledge a positive impact she created throughout her life and service with the RCMP. Absolutely. As we all have seen throughout the MCC proceedings, the wounds and grief are still open by all those impacted. Impacted is a very inappropriate word. Constable Stevenson's family and friends, colleagues share in that grief, as do we. The MPF also recognizes the heroic actions of Constable Chad Morrison, who was shot while attempting to stop the perpetrator from killing, plausible deniability term, from killing more innocent people. Constable Morrison and his family are also in our thoughts today as we honor his service. Okay, so they didn't appear to release anything about what happened there. Maybe, again, maybe Heidi's family is totally fine with that, with her voice being played when nobody else's is, including people who just saw a car. Statement of incident at Onslow Fire Hall. MPF acknowledges the incident at Onslow Fire Hall is traumatic for everyone involved, as Leather told you. Very succinctly. We'll be working shoulder to shoulder. That's an apology. And the ongoing police response to active shooter known to be murdering innocent, yay, the term innocent bystanders, made it difficult for this trauma to be properly addressed. We also stand by the actions of Constable Melanson and Brown and Gannon at the Onslow Fire Hall, who each acted to the best of their abilities to fulfill their duty to try and stop the killer. I wonder if people at the fire hall may disagree with that. It appears as though Darrow wasn't quite a fan in terms of the consistency. I think it was very carefully chosen words of Mr. Brown's statement versus, what did he say? Multiple other statements. It doesn't line up. To try to stop the killer based on knowledge, information, resources available to them at the time. What are you eating? Oh, I know what that is. Okay. The evidence presented by the commission today, oh, so this was written after or by the commission today, demonstrated, yes, so it's past tense, that Constable Melanson's and Brown's sincerely believed that they had identified the perpetrator outside the fire hall. Really? From a distance of 88 meters, according to CERT. I think I remember a video about that. Perpetrator outside the fire hall, and that they acted to pursue and subdue the threat after making numerous attempts and being unable to identify the person over the radio or using verbal commands. The information that they relied on included their own knowledge that the perpetrator was wearing an orange, right? Because the color didn't match. Or reflective vest, similar to one worn at they could see. They could see. Again, easily replicated. I don't think you could see anything. Westlake, you can't see. He's behind a car. Line of sight in front of the fire hall, driving a fully marked replica police vehicle, which they hadn't, I don't believe, even at that time ascertained. They were still phoning around. Definitely J Division they were checking in with after Lisa had emerged, as Dion said. Emerged. Or what was it? Or no, not emerged. He had a very interesting word he chose. nearly identical to the one driven by Constable Gannon. Oh, so Gannon's cruiser is specifically different from other RCMP cruisers? Was he not driving an RCMP cruiser, Gannon? Obviously. So that means any RCMP cruiser, frankly, could have been opened fire upon. That makes sense. Expected to be traveling along the same route after murdering 2 people less than 10 kilometers away only 30 minutes earlier. Say the timeline is a bit fluid, but let's not go there. Known to have high caliber weapon and to be heavily armed, motivated, and ruthless. Where are you finding that? Apparently shooting in civilians indiscriminately when he came upon them and expected to attempt to evade police capture. Subsequent investigation by the, of course, very independent. Did they ban one of my videos on that? Yes, they did. They banned that almost outright. I believe Julie may have copies of some of the videos that have been banned or deleted. Found that the totality, by the way, YouTube has never given me a strike, so I don't think I'm in the wrong. They just delete them. Found that the, quote, the totality of the evidence establishes that the officers had reasonable grounds to believe that the person that they saw who was disobeying their orders. Really? Disobeying their orders. What possibly did Mr. Westlake do that was so disobedient? I believe I saw his hands go up. I don't think that was prior to being warned, because you don't think he was warned. Was the mass murderer who had, in the preceding hour, killed 3 persons more. Okay. We also support and recognize the actions of Dave Gannon, who, despite having been received on the receiving end of friendly fire, resolutely and bravely continued to guard his post, protecting the occupants of the fire hall even when remaining a potential target for who? The killer? No. For Melanson and Brown. Not potential. He was. Okay. The constables checked, not saying that they intentionally did it. That would call for conclusion, but that was who was opening fire on. Constables checked on the occupants of Onslow Fire Hall to confirm there were no injuries. Is that what you heard? I didn't hear that. Maybe in my ears, I don't know. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And then followed orders to continue pursuing the active shooter to prevent further loss of life. They self-reported the incident and fully cooperated in the ensuing investigations, checking out guns without signing for them. Okay, so I don't know if you feel, perhaps that makes Constable Dave Gannon feel better. Does it make other members feel better that their own union says, don't worry, we want to have people who are opening fire on you working? Constable Brown, to the best of my knowledge, again, I'm not picking on him. I'm just simply saying what is predominantly established, not calling for probablys or you'll be happy for the conclusion or could have been but I believe that Constable Brown went and spoke to the Bagley family the next day. I think it's the next day. One would think if he's under investigation that perhaps he wouldn't be involved in that investigation anymore. Where is the textbook? Here we go. Textbook. Police response to Nova Scotia mass shooting was, quote, textbook. Oh, I thought it was nearly, quote, textbook. RCMP union boss says on their own website, of course. And this is just, that looks like an entire article, doesn't it? Oh, Brian Sauvé, the head of the RCMP's national union, out of the Globe Mail, an excerpt, says criticism of police actions connected to the Nova Scotia mass shooting that left 23 people dead, I'll help them, in April 2020 have been unfair, and that the force's handling of the initial attack was almost textbook response. Sorry. I guess the headline is better just change the almost to a definitive. Mr. Sauvé, president of the National Police Federation, was pushing back against those who say RCMP mistakes may have contributed to the shooting. You know, like all those warnings and letting people know about the car that they knew about forever, may have contributed to the shooting, during which the killer went on a 13-hour rampage while dressed as a Mountie with work clothing from Ware and driving what a look-alike RCMP vehicle, which Constable Gannon was driving too, or any other RCMP member, which makes them a target. Okay, or is one of the factors. Again, yes, very confusing situation. This I could understand, but I don't know if that makes anybody feel safer over there that their union is doing that. Did any shots of the cop car hit the cop car they were shooting at, or just the building? Well, and the sign, which I've never quite understood. No, it didn't. No, it just went into the building, into the fire engine twice that I know of. The sign out front, the memorial, or what is that? The stone piece there out front. I believe there may have even been something that went next door, but I could be wrong on that one. Possibly. I don't know. My brother's friend pulled into the yard about 8 and seen my brother on deck. Sure, and I'm sorry, I don't understand that, Kelly. And welcome. I am sure. I thought it said lamb. I am sure he would have survived if they went where the call was made. 8 a.m. the call was made at 10. Well, according to, I don't know, obviously definitives, but it does appear 5:21 was the first time that somebody actually went to your brother's place. So that's not very good, given that the call was placed over 7 hours earlier. And you'd think that that would be the source to which you first respond. But instead, they go down to 200. For what reason? I don't know. Why they want to evacuate Mr. Griffin? I don't know. Rather than check on the well-being of your family. But that's textbook. Almost. I need to be correct in my wording. I could use selectively quoted and use the headline because that actually is what it says, textbook, but I wonder, does the actual article? Oh yes, it does say textbook. I wonder if there's other things in this article. Do you think? Oh, of course it's not going to open for me behind a paywall. I wonder if I can get it open. Oh yes, I can. Okay, one moment, please. I just need a moment. I'll grab a coffee. You grab a coffee. Be right back. We'll go through this.
This is a test for CART audio. Thank you, CART. That's good.
Okay. Sorry about that. Are you eating something again? I'm not gonna make that accusation about whether they were or were not driving around trigger happy or not. That's not my place to say. Again, this is why we have a police force and supposed independent organizations investigating things. Should be doing their job. One thing I wanted to raise before I read this article was I was having a conversation with a family member last night and trying to ascertain exactly what the commission's supposed to do. Because, yeah, that's difficult. If this is supposedly supposed to answer trauma, how do you answer that? That's something that you do. Are they saying, well, if it happens again, but they haven't even delved into what possible psychological services would be offered. Here's a system. I suppose that they may come up with some kind of recommendations, but they haven't even really asked any questions in relation to that. So what exactly are they doing? Or is it just more PR? Snow event? Maybe. If they went to the call where the call was made at 8 a.m., the call was at 10. You know, I just feel so bad for all the family members who are having to go through all this stuff. Like, that's the trauma. Is trauma informed, but trauma inducing. That seems a bit of a irony of ironies, isn't it? I'm sure that the families would probably, well, I don't know. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure they would rather it not be on YouTube and things like that because they'd rather be dealing with this stuff in private. But they would be at a different stage in their grieving if it wasn't continually being buried and the answers weren't being given to them. So I guess I'm told that I got another letter from somebody the other day, which was very nice. Please continue. Very thankful. And again, I'm not doing that. They're thankful to all of you, right? And yeah, it's just really hard for them. And I'll say it's hard to listen to. I better get away from that topic because it hurts. Police response to Nova Scotia mass shooting was textbook, RCMP union boss says. Brian Sauvé. There's Brian. Head of RCMP National Union says criticism of police actions connected to Nova Scotia mass shooting left 22 people, 23. Please say the correct number that the families, funnily enough, have asked for. Please. Dead in April 2020 have been unfair. The force's handling of the initial attack was, quote, almost textbook response. Mr. Sauvé, president of the National Police Federation, was pushing back against those who say the RCMP mistakes may have contributed to the shooting, during which the killer went on a 13-hour rampage while dressed as a Mountie and driving what is stated to be a proposed look-alike RCMP vehicle. The average Canadian today has the benefit of hindsight. If we look at all the information available to us, we're going to armchair quarterback. Yes, at the time, things are fluid and moving and dynamic or whatever's. But does that still mean it was handled correctly by protocol, by what they're trained? He said in an interview, Globe Mail, last month the union was criticized for arguing. This is all, of course, the stuff that's not on the National Police Federation. I'm wondering if it's going to have a different take on it. Criticized for arguing an emotion for the ongoing inquiry into killings that forcing RCMP to testify it publicly the inquiry would be re-traumatizing for them. They're alive. Thank goodness. They get to go home to their families. Mr. Sauvé does too. He's not missing half of his family. Mr. Sauvé said he understood why families of victims opposed the motion, but he argued that the union has been cooperative. That's why they have lawyers saying they shouldn't testify. That's cooperative. With the inquiry process, and that its position and testimony has been mischaracterized. Oh, the lexicon. The inquiry known as the inquiry, known as the Mass Casualty Commission. Oh, you can just strike this one. You know, they do that in Word, or I think you can just put the strike through it. Yeah, just otherwise known as. Isn't AKA usually something that's not true? That's not your real, just like, you know, my name is, people call me, everybody called me for years, even though it's my family name, Seamus Gorman, right? I mean, that's not my real name. No. That's otherwise known as, right? So, otherwise known as inquiry, not real. Mass Casualty Commission rejected the union's motion, and three RCMP members testified and were cross-examined last week. And you can be the judge of quality of that. Seems like there was quite a few people who weren't satisfied with the cross-examination, but the commission began public hearings February 22nd, and you're only on day 13. I believe. Quote, there's no pound of flesh to be had here. Because that's not what they're about. That's not what the omission job is. Mr. Sauvé said, the perpetrator was killed. There's no trial. There's nobody going to jail. Oh, there's not. But there should be. So it's totally understandable that Nova Scotians and Canadians would want some closure. You could have given that long time ago. And part of that closure is the ability to ask public hard questions about those who responded that night. That the families should have been answered to begin with on a totally personal level, right? Then you can address what you did wrong. That's for the public, not airing out everybody's, whatever. Mr. Sauvé said the Mounties who responded to the shootings dealt with, quote, careers worth of traumatic events in a span of 2 days, to which I have no doubt. Anyone who doesn't understand the impact of post-traumatic stress disorder on police likely won't ever be convinced, he added. Again, I don't believe that's wrong. Please sense my sarcasm, those of you who don't understand how sarcastic I am. That the RCMP has an extensive history of post-traumatic stress disorder prior to this on its own members. Quote, Brian Sauvé represents them. He's a champion for them, don't you know? If a reasonable Canadian looks at this and says, well, that's what they signed up for, then they're not paying attention, he said. The evidence is abundantly clear. The public safety are overwhelmingly represented in mental health injuries. The stew, the emotional stew. Get lost in it. Don't look here. But there remains a lot of anger in Nova Scotia over how the RCMP handled the shooting response. Well, if there's anger, then there's probably something there. The 3 RCMP officers who testified at public inquiry handpicked. Last week, all of whom were first on the scene in Portapique, Nova Scotia, told the commission that they were frustrated by the lack of clarity around who was in charge that night of the attack that it began. I thought it was textbook. And that they didn't know what the plan was to find the gunman or his victims. The three were the only officers inside the community for several hours. No. The gunman, Gabriel Wortman, murdered 13 people in Portapique while RCMP reinforcements set up the perimeter a nearby highway that failed to stop him from slipping away and continuing to kill. Well, I don't think this one's true. The inquiry revealed that the Mounties assumed the killer had died by suicide in Portapique. Based on what? And as a result, felt there was no need to alert public immediately. The police didn't learn until the next day that he had escaped. He would kill 9 more people before being shot. Well, 10. Dead by himself by an RCMP officer. Or, again, 2. So that's plural. Oops, typo. Not 1, but 2. The family of shooting victim, but maybe it was a suicide. Oh, that's a mechanical dysfunction? What the fuck was it? Disruption. The family of shooting victim Heather O'Brien has accused. Oh, did they put this up there?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Did they put that up there? Oh, no, the MPF didn't. Heather O'Brien has accused the RCMP officers of lying about the details of Mrs. O'Brien's final moments. They produced data from a Fitbit. They produced evidence. Watch she was wearing suggested that his heart rate continued beating for hours after police decided she was beyond saving. Sorry about I'm having my snow cleaned. Saving and called off an air ambulance. Nick Beaton, whose pregnant wife, Kristen Beaton, was killed by the gunman, has questioned why RCMP didn't tell him for 8 hours that his wife was dead. How many families? How long has Tara said? Really, go back to the first day. Videos. There's over 200 videos on this channel. For anybody who doesn't know. That's not including all the ones that have been deleted. In social media posts, he said that he's angry at the Mounties for failing to properly warn the public that the gunman was on the loose and driving a look-alike RCMP vehicle. I don't know if that's been firmly established yet, but said his wife would be alive today if she had known. Well, the NPF doesn't want you to read that. Lawsuit filed against RCMP. Victims' families say they were forced to face the force failed to issue province-wide emergency alert during the rampage. Heidi asked for it. Heidi asked for information to be made public. 8 a.m. They also accused police of not acting on credible information about the gunman's replica police vehicle. How long did they know about it again? Oh, right. Or past allegations that he had illegal weapons. I think I'm going to have to mute the microphone because it's too. Is the snow blower getting? Or past allegations of illegal weapons and had been violent. Past allegations. Interesting. Interesting choice of words. Allegations now. The lawsuit says the RCMP should have called in local police, who they knew were in the area, could have responded. The force relied instead on reinforcements from farther away in the province and in New Brunswick.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Mancini?
Thank you, Commissioners. The intention is to continue with Dr. Bose if he's available. Good afternoon, Dr. Bose.
Good afternoon.
So our focus this afternoon, Dr. Bose, is information with respect to one of the victims who lost her life on April 19th of 2020, that being Miss Heather O'Brien. I understand you attended the scene of the homicide of Miss O'Brien on April 19th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall roughly or approximately what time of day that was that you attended?
It was in the late afternoon, early evening, I think around 5 or 6 that afternoon or evening.
Okay, thank you. And you performed the subsequent postmortem examination, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bose, I'm just going to ask you fairly broadly whether you can speak to the cause and manner of death of Miss O'Brien, and in particular as well, any comment that you would have with respect to how long life functions would have continued as a result of the injuries that were sustained in that case.
Well, the cause of Ms. O'Brien's death is certainly multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of her death is certainly homicide. With respect to her post-injury survival, a discussion like that would involve giving some detail about the anatomy. If that pleases the commission, I can broadly give that.
Yes, the direction we would give you, Doctor, of course, is to recognize the inherent dignity, interests for Ms. O'Brien, that you would only describe what is absolutely necessary to ground your opinion.
I'll do my best, Commissioner. Well, the total number of gunshot wounds is 4, but only 2 are really important. And I'll tell you that the first one goes through Ms. O'Brien's brain, and it goes through the very center of the brain. The other one goes through the chest, and I think most importantly, goes through the aorta. And the aorta is the large elastic artery that goes from the heart and carries all of the blood from the heart, really, to the rest of the body. Those 2 injuries, either one of which are rapidly and untreated, certainly lethal. Their combination, absolutely so. And I know this is difficult for those in attendance, but I think that the most important message I can give you here is that from the moment the gunshot wound to the head occurred, Ms. O'Brien was never going to recover. Her consciousness left her at that moment, and it was never going to come back.
Dr. Bose, one of the issues that I wanted to ask you about is with respect to the information that you use when you conduct your analysis and what informs your analysis. I'm wondering about the use of, or any use of, data from electronic devices such as smartwatches, Fitbits, those types of things, in terms of how they inform your findings in a report.
Well, it is occasionally that we rely upon information from an electronic device. The most common scenario for that would be if we were looking for suicidal writings on a cell phone or a computer, this kind of thing. That is really the most common thing. We have certainly looked for information from a pacemaker. We've looked for information from insulin pumps. I can imagine scenarios where we might certainly rely upon other kinds of electronic devices. Obviously, you know, surveillance video is one that sometimes is important to us. I don't think I've ever relied upon Fitbit data in my career so far. However, when I am drawing conclusions from an autopsy and I observe really compelling findings from that autopsy, I don't expect frankly, any information to come from an electronic device that would refute my main findings.
So in this particular case, your findings were based on your examination, and would it be fair to say that the electronic data that might have otherwise been available to you didn't factor into your findings?
Did not and does not. These injuries are rapidly and certainly lethal.
Dr. Bose, you already touched on this broadly, but I'll ask, I guess, more poignantly, and it'll be my final question, is with respect to intervention, medical intervention, with respect to sustaining these injuries and the impact or I suppose impact that could have after someone has sustained these injuries.
In my opinion, there was nothing that could have been done. Ms. Mancini, the injuries were too severe. And I'm sorry to have to put it like that.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Bose. So Dr. Bose, those were my very brief questions. I know my friends will have to discuss and very likely have questions for you as well. I appreciate your patience as we work through the day.
No problem.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I presume council will want to meet then and just organize any further questions, Doctor, as we did this morning. So we'll take a 20-minute break again, and we'll be back, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Wow. Well, this is just going. It just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse every day. And hindsight is going to be really good in all this. You know, people are going to look back, because I think people are becoming far more critically aware. And in the future, people are going to be even more so. They're going to look and they're going to be like, what? How did you believe any of that? It's just a complete farce. So what did they stipulate to? Absolutely, she was alive. Now they're only disagreeing with, well, did she feel it or not? Do you see why they used the Wortman? Do you see? Had nothing to do with the severing of the brains. It had nothing to do with Wortman. It all had to do with Heather. They sowed the seeds in people's minds. So then they can, you subconsciously look back and you're like, oh yeah, I heard that before somewhere. Oh, yeah, right. You said that about Wortman. So of course, she doesn't feel anything. That's an opinion. Seriously, talk to any doctor, they'll tell you different opinions on that. I'm not a doctor, so I can't say, but that is a medical opinion. It's not based. How would anybody know? The fact was she was alive. And in just even the remotest possibility that she did feel things, or any victim in this story did, that's the problem. But they can't disagree with it. She was alive. They didn't come up there and say, no, the Fitbit's wrong. No, they didn't bring in a technical expert to disagree with it, somebody who is trained in Fitbits and all that. What they did is they brought in Bose, who is questionable, I think, in terms of, I don't want to be slanderous, but there is some pending litigation. I think it may be pending. I'm not sure. I should be careful. There definitely have been some issues in the past. Let's put it that way. In fact, Mr. Pinio was involved with one. DeLay's case, I believe, is Mr. Pinio. Or he gave an affidavit as to that. And he called it a cover-up. Okay, anyway, moving along from that. They don't bring in an expert to disagree with the Fitbit information. They say it is correct. Then they just say, we believe she didn't feel it. We don't really know. Of course, nobody does. Nobody knows that. Only Heather, and if you happen to believe that, God knows that. Right? So the only two people that could answer that question definitively. The rest of it is just wasting air. I don't know that either. I don't know. I should ask. But I'm not sure. Are RCMP qualified to pronounce somebody dead? Maybe. But they sent the emergency ambulances away. There's no need for that. They sent Life Flight away. They were all standing by, just like they were up in Hunter Road. Stay well back, just down in Portapique. I know a doctor can pronounce that. I don't think nurses can. They have to call in somebody. Right? Well, according to, again, I'd have to, let's see. I have that somewhere on my computer. Right. Bose. I, Robert Pinio, make an oath and give the following evidence. The defendant, Nova Scotia Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Matthew Bose, released a copy of the autopsy stating death of John Joseph Lays Sr. was by natural causes. The autopsy findings relied upon toxicology reports of defendant, Nova Scotia Medical Services Labs, giving the conflicting interest to Kevin Lays, sought approval of Dr. Bose, exhumation of his late father's body, take specimens, independent toxicology. Dr. Bose would not grant that permission. So I instructed to seek relief from the courts. Filed ex parte, Nova Scotia Supreme Court. Lays versus Kevin Lays versus Rose Lays et al. Seeking order to permit the exhumation. But it was Robert Pinio. Subsequently, after receiving a copy of the pleadings and learning allegations against Dr. Bose in litigation, Mr. Pugsley said that consent would not be given because the province should not consent to gathering evidence, quote, against one of its own, end quote. Mr. Pugsley did appear to oppose the motion, which was dismissed without consideration based on the merits. on issues of notice. Motion to strike evidence. So I don't know. Maybe yeah. Well, there may be other. There's all kinds of interesting things out there. So anyway, I won't dwell on there. It'll all come to light as it should. Oh, I don't know. There's all kinds of conflicts all over the place. Brown envelopes. Sorry, I should rephrase that. Potential questions that arise in different corners. Even those that you don't quite suspect. I am absolutely not pointing fingers, just bringing some at this point, some other elements to light. Does that mean anything? Client, we all deserve justice, right? In this particular one, there are other places to be asking some questions. I'm not going to go there today either. More questions to be asked. But of course, you know, I'm just meaning this in a very general sense, in an extraordinarily general sense, that the justice system is the way that it is, that everybody deserves justice one way or another, and cases, you know, can be argued on all sides. You can argue against somebody one day and agree with them the next day. Doesn't mean anything. Because it's not a personal thing, it's a professional thing. But just meaning that in a general sense. No, because that's why EMS is sent in to determine. EMS is sent in to determine, but I don't believe even they are qualified. I don't know, but I don't think they're qualified to code somebody. Only a doctor is qualified to say that, to my knowledge, but I could be wrong. I should perhaps. I could just ask somebody I know. But they glossed over everything pretty fast, except the fence post. They spent a lot of time on duct tapes and things under grass. Ropes and chains. Too bad a sergeant saw it. Don't know what that. Even some of your own witnesses. Oops. The blanket. I mean, is a blanket sufficient? Is that sufficient? So they're getting their stuff together over there, doing their powwow. The caucus, I think it is called. They call it the caucus. They call it a something. I don't know what you all call it. I try to be I don't know. They're determined. I thought, I don't know, but I think the hierarchy of that would go possibly RCMP determine somewhat with some, but then it would go to EHS and then it would go on to a doctor. But making a call, I don't know if that is part of their training or if they're qualified to do that, but I could be very wrong. Maybe EMRT is qualified to do that. They are qualified to call people, pronounce people. I don't know. Be a good question, funnily enough, to ask Dr. Bose. Who is qualified? Who is qualified to pronounce? Were the RCMP right in making this pronouncement and then sending all of the emergency medical services which were ready to go according to the 911 logs? They were there, just like down in Portapic or Hunter Road or Plains Road. Were they qualified to do that? I don't know. Good question. I'll be waiting to see if somebody asks it. I'll be waiting to see if somebody asks it. Oh, no worries. Everybody spells my name wrong. It's all good. Howdy. Good to see you. I have a good joke about that sometime. Not probably for public. It's more uncouth. Lawyers seem to let it all go without holding their feet to the fire. Things that we know they're lying about. Why? I'm not saying that. That's an opinion. That's Kelly's opinion. It's an opinion. Opinions are allowed to be had. Last I checked. I don't know. Are they stifled? If they are stifled, I'm wondering why they're not saying that they're stifled. Are they not permitted to say anything? If they're not permitted to say anything, shouldn't that be public? If that were so, I think that should be public. We're not allowed to ask questions. If that were true. Just saying. Medical doctor. Better question is, who is qualified to sign death certificate as per time of death? Do we know times of death? The most definitive thing I think I've ever heard from a family member is it was immediate. But that obviously doesn't seem to be so. I have not spoken. Oh, well. No. Is that why they took at 5 or 6 p.m.? Is he the only one allowed to declare dead? Oh, it was the coroner that went. Interesting. Well, actually, not really so. But why until 5 or 6 p.m.? An awfully long time. You'd like to hear my joke about my name? Someday, maybe. They don't have the guts to ask hard questions, honest questions. Again, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying it would be a very good question to ask. Wouldn't it? Because if they are qualified to do that, I'd just simply like to know for my own curious mind. Curious mind. Or perhaps that's something that needs to be looked at. Maybe they, if they are, and that's in the RCMP training, maybe that should be addressed. Maybe they shouldn't be. Because there clearly seem to be a foul up. And I don't like to think about other people suffering. And I don't like to, but see, the thing is, you need to be able to talk about it. You can't bury your head in the sand and say it doesn't exist. We've done this all over our lives. We're told that, no, can't look here. It might be something like this, or you're going to get labeled that, or whatever. That's just a psychological warfare tactic. It's very cheap and kind of elementary. I would say actually kindergarten, probably. It's quite lame. 20 minutes. Perhaps, maybe this is all just laying groundwork for the lawsuits. I have a suspicion that the lawsuits, I could be wrong, but I would probably put $1 down. It's usually the way they go. Get settled. Because they're very emotionally taxing on people. This has already been 2 years. Almost, right? On families. And they go through a lot. So then it becomes a question of how much are you willing to go through? The three things. What is it? Time, money, and emotion. That's what a good lawyer will tell a client. If you're willing to do that, and again, I'm not saying anything, that's just general legal advice. I'm not saying anything about any lawyer here, but that's general good legal advice. If you are willing to put in the time, the emotion, and the money, anything can be fought. Anything. Precedent, no precedent, because that's why precedents are precedents. You make them so. But then that becomes a question of how much are you willing to spend emotionally. If it becomes too much, then people often just say, I can't. And then that system generally continues until somebody comes along in a, again, very general sense, Till somebody comes along and says, well, actually, I'm going to ride this one out. I'm going to gamble to set a new precedent or to get a judgment. And punitive damages are the only things that can be awarded. It's the only measure of guilt that can be found civilly.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
They came back for 6 minutes, now break for 20 minutes. Well, perhaps now they can ask the question, being that they're watching. So I hope that question will be asked. EMS would call dispatch. Dispatch patches ambulance to nearest hospital. EMS briefs ER doctor via separate comms, RCMP. Okay, well then if that was all happening, I'm sure they have all of the records to show that, right? It would be very easy to show once again. He showed up at 5 or 6 because that's when the Fitbit stopped. Okay, I don't even... yeah. Wow, okay, I don't... goosebumps, I don't want to... The 1-800 number, spotty internet, have ostrich with its head in the sand as contact photo for MCC. Well, the lawyers predominantly aren't being allowed to, or I shouldn't say allowed, they don't seem to be addressing. And again, I'd like to play the Dunphy stuff just to show another example, shall we say. Perhaps one that's more been more effective at getting some answers. But even then it was but the process was very different. The process is very different. This is true. If the case settles, or cases, I believe there are other pending cases than the class action that we know of. I believe that there are other cases pending. So if those do settle, then no, that won't be answers to that.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. And again, thank for their collaboration. I understand that Mr. Pinio, you again will be asking some questions of Dr. Bose, and I assume Dr. Bose can hear us or will soon. Yeah, thank you for your patience, Doctor. It's greatly appreciated. Mr. Pinio again will be the representative counsel to ask some questions. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Pinio.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Dr. Bose, I'm looking at your postmortem report for Heather O'Brien, and I notice, and I'll speak to it, and if you need it turned up, we will. But I noticed that under the heading on page 2 of evidence of medical intervention, you have none written in that paragraph. And I'm just going to ask you, are you aware that a couple of the RCMP members attempted to provide medical intervention to Ms. O'Brien?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Mr. Pinio, because it's a great opportunity for me to clarify. When I say evidence of medical intervention, what I mean is what is before me in the morgue. And of course, you're correct. There was indicia at the scene of some effort at life-saving measures. But what I mean when I put that in a report is there something on the body that would cause me to think that?
Sorry,
So
did
thank
you,
you for the
did you say something on her body?
Well, for example, little adhesive leads, defibrillator pads, intravenous catheters, this kind of thing. Broken ribs actually would be another example of something that I would note in that part of an autopsy report. But you are quite correct. There were items at the scene that indicate an effort at life-saving measures, but there just weren't any at autopsy.
Okay, I understand, thank you. So for example, the fast breathe thoracic seal, you understand that one of those was applied to Ms. O'Brien's body?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I understand on the registration of death certificate that you filled out, you indicated that her survivability from the time of shooting or of the incident to her death would have been seconds. Do you stand by that estimate of seconds?
Well, I think there's a lot of nuance actually in there, and I'm glad that you've asked me to provide that. You know, the fact of Ms. O'Brien's death was certain from the point that the injury of her brain was created. I would expect that her death, for all practical purposes, was instant or seconds or something like that. But sometimes the organs, in spite of that, continue to work for a little while after. So, for example, a heart might beat for a few minutes after death is all but assured.
Okay. So, I'm not intending to go to your earlier testimony today very often, but certainly in this case, I think you when you talked about the perpetrator, you said that you know, he could have survived for a certain period of time from gunshot or head wound 2, but you know, you didn't know how long. And is that the case with Ms. O'Brien as well, that she could have survived for a while, but you know, you can't put an exact time on it?
Well, and again, I'm conscious of how my answer might be uncomfortable, but I think it may be necessary to answer your question. Ms. O'Brien's brain injury was very different than the perpetrator's. Ms. O'Brien's brain injury traverses the central part of the brain. And certainly all of my teaching and all of the advice I've ever received, and certainly the research and reading I've been able to do, really reinforces the idea that that kind of brain injury is rapidly and certainly lethal.
Okay, so just to clarify, though, Ms. O'Brien didn't suffer a brain stem injury. That would be, you know, as we established earlier today, lights out. It was something in between what the perpetrator suffered and the brainstem injury. Is that correct?
Yes, but correct, but far closer to the brainstem type injury. I mean, this injury is very close to that.
Okay. And are you able to put a time frame, at least a range, that she, from the time of that shot to when she could have expired? So seconds to 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes? Do you have a time frame?
Well, here again, it kind of depends upon our concept of death, Mr. Pinio. I mean, if you propose to yourself that everything that Ms. O'Brien was in her brain, then her death was instant. If you propose that her life ended when her heart stopped beating, that may have been some minutes later.
One of the RCMP members that initially attempted to treat Ms. O'Brien said that he heard sounds coming from her mouth. Would that have, in this scenario that you're talking about, would she have been able to make sounds with her mouth?
No conscious ones. Now, there is something called agonal breathing. Sometimes a dying body can exhibit a behavior that looks like breathing, but this is not evidence of life. This is evidence of a dying person. So I wouldn't interpret that to mean that Ms. O'Brien was alive. Far from it. I think that's evidence of her impending death. The other thing I would respectfully call your attention to is that it is sometimes when one manipulates a dead body, sometimes that dead body can make a gurgling sound, and that is absolutely not evidence of life.
You don't actually know, though, if those were the sounds coming from her mouth. You weren't there to hear it.
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Pinio.
Okay. And did you ask the attending members, about the sounds that she was making at the time they were treating her?
No, sir. I view my autopsy findings as really irrefutable.
No, my question was, did you ask them about that?
No, sir.
I have a question that one of the other lawyers discussed with me, and I'm going to ask you, and I'm asking for a bit of an indulgence from the commission, but you're probably the person that can answer it, so I will ask it. Can you tell us in Nova Scotia who is legally able to pronounce somebody deceased?
Well, for all practical purposes, if you come across a unresponsive person and you do not institute life-saving measures or abandon those life-saving measures, you have, for all practical purposes, declared death. I am not aware of a formal mechanism by which death is declared. Some jurisdictions do require that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. That was just a question that was that I was asked to pose. So
interesting.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Dr. Bose.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinio, and thank you so much, Dr. Bose, for making yourself available both this morning and this afternoon on behalf of the commission. We greatly appreciate your time and your dedication to this file.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We will just take a 10-minute break. We'll wait out back just to allow council to get ready to make submissions to us. Thank you so much.
The proceedings are on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Told you. Wow. They're watching. Oh, wait, they've been watching the whole time. Irrefutable. I'm told to ask that. Hope you caught it. I hope you caught it. Good. Good. Want to make the impact. You do make the impact. We make the impact. Irrefutable. Really? I don't know any doctor who would say that. That's quite a claim. Quite a claim. Tell the effing truth. It's all that needs to be done. It's all that's ever needed to be done. Come forward, come clean. 100%. Have that, you know, I can finally let it go moment. We'll start new. We're all human. We make mistakes. It's all that needs to be done. It's all that's ever needed to be done. And then serious action to make changes. And then we can all better ourselves. We all want to live in a good community. I'm sure that Justice McDonald and Fitch and Stanton all want to live in a good community. They want their children to grow up in good communities. All these lawyers want to grow up in good communities, their children to grow up in good communities, their grandchildren. All the police officers, they want to feel safe. They want to be able to do their job. All the families need closure. To what extent you could ever get that, which is really non-existent. But there is such a thing as you just keep trying to get yourself out of a hole, but you keep digging it deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and you need to take more breaks and collude and discuss and caucus and rewrite and edit and fluid and dynamic, and you got to keep going and going and going. But one day it all catches up with you. So then you just say, you know what? I'm done. I don't want it anymore. How many members have already quit? How many? What are you defending? What possibly could be worth it? There's no amount of money. There's nothing in this lifetime that will ever buy dignity, pride, morals, honesty. Nothing. Nothing. Of course, you know that. This is a cognitive disconnect. Your heart keeps beating, but you're really dead. That's a medical opinion. That's that man's opinion. I can guarantee you'll have lines of doctors who will say otherwise. That's why expert witness is usually countered with expert witness. Where's the other side to the story? Shouldn't they be called and asked really tough questions? Maybe, just maybe. Do you believe in your medical prowess? There's a couple of really great medical examiners, former medical examiners. In fact, one that had dealings down in Nova Scotia before, who's involved with a case right now out in BC. Be very interesting to ask his opinion on it, because I bet you he has a slightly different opinion. That's why opinions are opinions. Like my granddad used to say, opinions and assholes, everybody's got them. It's not fact. Only God can decide that, and the person who died. Not Mr. Bose, not me, not Commissioner McDonald, not you. Nobody does know that definitively. It's the mysteries of life, the ones that people have been trying to figure out for millennia. So, but it's like Google says, give you the right answer the first time, every time, i.e., the only thing. We will tell you the way it is. Come on. Notice the tactics. They're cheap. They're really lame. Watch for them in life. There are takeaways from this that you can implement elsewhere. Thank you for asking the question. I really appreciate the opportunity to answer that. That's to lull you into thinking somebody that is, you get less it's not that it's an adversarial thing, but it makes a person more sympathetic. Hey, they're my friend. Listen, they really care about what I'm asking. No, cheap, loser. Watch for it. You'll see it. It's all over the place. People that you're like, oh, that person isn't telling the truth. Thank you for asking me that question. I really appreciate the opportunity to answer you. You don't want to be asked. That's what it's about. Oh, is that what they said? Oh, yes. See? Of course, because things are opinions. Was it Kant? I can't remember. What is fact? Very hard to establish what is fact versus what is.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will
I'm not
resume
gonna
in
get
2
into a
minutes.
philosophical discussion. But that most certainly is an opinion. How would he know? Was he in her shoes? Would he know that? Because in order to know that, you would have to expire, which means you could never answer that question. Bitter. Maybe he has what is it? Not EKG. EEG? EEG. Maybe there was one connected to her brain at the time. That would maybe possibly give you some answers. The noise thing was wow. So basically, I'm making noise. Do you know that? Those people are dead. Don't you know? There's utterances coming from them, but they're really dead. Cognitive disconnect. It's possible, sure, that people make sounds, but again, that's possible. We don't know. We don't know what she said. We don't know what sounds. We don't know. That's just opinions. All opinions. Yes. Her heart did speed up. It was going, but again, okay, here we go.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Mr. Van Wart.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. For the remainder of the day, we're going to shift to hearing submissions, and these will be submissions from participant counsel. Commissioners, this is an opportunity for participants to draw the Commissioner's attention to any of perceived gaps or errors or need for additional context in relation to all the foundational documents that have been presented to the Commission thus far. It's also an opportunity for participants to identify questions that have arisen from the factual record thus far in connection to phase 2 of the proceedings that still lay ahead. If those from the public aren't aware what I mean by phase 2, the phases of the proceedings are described on the website with the Mass Casualty Commission. I would also advise that participant counsel have been invited to provide detailed written submissions. So what is going to go forward today is an opportunity for participant counsel to supplement the written submissions by providing some oral submissions to highlight some certain aspects of their submissions or identify key parts of their submissions. I will introduce the first counsel. We have agreed upon an order and some certain parameters about how long the submissions will be. I expect I will introduce the first counsel and then they will proceed to the podium and introduce themselves. But the first counsel providing submissions will be Ms. Lenehan. Submissions.
Good afternoon. I represent the family of Gina Goulet, and my name is Jane Lenehan. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make these submissions on the foundational documents that have been presented and marked as exhibits so far. I'm not going to speak to gaps or errors in the factual record as set out in the foundational documents. For the purposes of the Commission's mandate, my clients are satisfied that enough is known to move forward into figuring out why the tragic events of April 18 and 19 unfolded the way that they did. On the understanding, of course, that we'll continue to get to the bottom of relevant facts as we hear from more witnesses, and in particular, those making command decisions. We support the written submissions of other participants' counsel to hear from various witnesses, including Corporal Mills and Corporal Peterson. And the other understanding, of course, is that we will continue to get to the bottom of relevant facts as the participants have the ability to review the existing and ongoing disclosure, which I must say for the record is really an impossible task for any one participant in the framework that the inquiry has been given. My clients understand that the job of the commissioners is not to find fault with any of those involved in the response to the perpetrator's actions, but rather to, quote, make recommendations to avoid such tragic events in the future, unquote. From the outset, the comment that I have heard consistently from the Goulet family is, we hope this never happens to another family. Accordingly, I'd like to focus my submissions on some of the bigger picture themes and questions arising from the facts as we know them so far. So the first is situational awareness. And I would put to the commissioners, how can it be that a group of high school friends with cell phones can download an app, select find friends, and share my location, and by doing so, have the ability to pinpoint the exact location of each one of their friends at any given moment of the day or night? And yet, Constable Basalt had to shout into the Portapique woods, identify yourself right now, in order to make sure there wasn't a blue-on-blue shooting. Only one IR team went into the Portapique subdivision in that critical initial 30 to 45 minutes, and we're told that that was based on a command decision made in order to avoid the possibility of a blue-on-blue shooting. And then some 12 hours later, when Constable Morrison asked who was coming up on him at that intersection of Highway 2 and Gaze River Road, Constable Stevenson replied that it was her. It wasn't her. And that gave the perpetrator the opportunity to seriously injure one RCMP member and kill another. These we submit are just a few examples of a very big problem that played out repeatedly during the mass casualty, members not knowing where other members were. In terms of next steps, we submit that the commissioners need to hear from individuals with expertise and experience in information technology, such as L Division RCMP OCC Commander Daryl McDonald. Daryl McDonald already testified on March 1st as a technical witness, but that was before his interview with MCC investigators was transcribed and disclosed to the participants. The participants have many questions for Mr. McDonald. We respectfully submit that Mr. McDonald needs to be recalled to explore the technological failures and shortcomings that occurred during the mass casualty and help us find solutions to those failures and shortcomings. We would also invite the National Police Federation and the Federal Department of Justice to offer up other relevant witnesses to explore this very important issue for the safety of RCMP members and the safety of the public. The second big topic is, of course, public alerting. The citizens of Nova Scotia have a right to know if and when they are in danger. We have a right to make our own decisions about our personal safety and the safety of our loved ones. The perpetrator represented a serious threat to the safety of Nova Scotians on April 18 and 19, yet the vast majority of Nova Scotians were oblivious to the seriousness of the threat and to the proximity of the threat. Critical information was withheld. It should not have been. Many, many Nova Scotians would have made different choices about their movements that morning if they knew about the threat the perpetrator posed. And many Nova Scotians could have offered valuable, timely information to assist the police in their manhunt. The next steps we propose are this. It appears that the best public notice option is an intrusive broadcast, such as the Alert Ready Emergency Alert System. We understand that there are downsides to an emergency alert. For example, will the 911 system get jammed with calls and hamper the police in trying to do their job? Will the public get annoyed over time and stop taking alerts seriously? Will the alerts go to phones that may not be in the location of the threat, given that you could move from one province to another and keep your cell number? We submit that the Commission needs to hear from witnesses to explore all of the downsides of intrusive broadcasts and find solutions. This is too important an issue not to focus on and figure out. And we would invite the Provincial Department of Justice to put forward technical witnesses to explain the Alert Ready system. And we would invite the NPF and federal DOJ to put forward witnesses who can explain, excuse me, pardon me, the downsides from the RCMP's perspective and find solutions. Air support. It's hard to believe that the air support available to the RCMP when they need air support to do their job and keep Nova Scotians safe can be off-duty sick for planned engine maintenance, and there's no backup plan in place. This appears to have been partially a resource issue. There was no second RCMP helicopter ready to assist, and partially a planning and communication issue, both with other agencies in Nova Scotia who could have offered air support and with RCMP in neighboring jurisdictions. We know now that both Ontario and Quebec RCMP quickly granted approval to send air support to Nova Scotia when we finally asked for help. The request was made at 10:49 a.m. on April 19 and approved 46 minutes later at 11:37 a.m. on April 19. We need a backup plan for air support, and we look forward to exploring this issue in May when we hear from the witnesses scheduled to testify about the RCMP command post, OCC, and command decisions. Other issues arising from the factual record that are particularly important to the Goulet family, and we ask the commissioners to look at, are the containment efforts in Portapique. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. The containment efforts in Portapique on the night of April 18, which I anticipate that my colleagues will thoroughly address. The containment efforts on April 19. This will include hearing from Corporal Mills and Corporal Peterson and examining the RCMP movements on the ground that day as they tried to intercept and stop the perpetrator. Finally, the perpetrator's access to illegal firearms and ammunition is enormously troubling, and we wish to explore that more fully in phase 2. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Linehan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Josh Bryson here on behalf of the Bond family. The submissions I'd like to make are in regards to information. That's the main theme that I suggest to the Commission is of the utmost importance and is a theme going forward. There are 3 different aspects to information. One is the timeliness, and I'll give some examples as I go through this presentation, or lack thereof, the quality of information that's being conveyed, and also how the information is centralized and disseminated to those that require the information. It's my submission that the way information is collected and disseminated has to change in this province, respectfully. The current system is not responsive or effective, especially in a mass casualty scenario. This should be explored further. And just by way of background, in this particular matter, by 10:28 p.m., there are 5 separate 911 calls about Portapic, reporting homicides, fires, and also 2 attempted homicides. That was the McDonald's. This appeared to be a mass casualty very early on, and it was apparent that the perpetrator was moving very quickly. The Blair call disconnected after a few minutes and after hearing gunfire. The McDonald's attempt on their life was a very brief encounter with the perpetrator. The perpetrator was mobile and moving very quickly. Therefore, dissemination of information in a very timely manner in a mass casualty like this is of the utmost importance. Look at Portapic, for example. There were 13 murders, and it's estimated to have occurred over the course of roughly 40 minutes. That's roughly 3 minutes per victim. We have evidence of this expeditious nature at other crime scenes as well. The Fisher residence, it's opined that the perpetrator remained there for under 3 minutes. The Goulet residence was a matter of minutes. If it's taking 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes to disseminate information to the first line responders, the perpetrator's gone. He's moved on. Police need the information immediately, and they need it accurately to be able to deploy resources and take immediate action in a mass casualty such as this. So I'll just highlight a few examples. Some of them I've touched on before, but for example, I've talked about this one before, but the 10:01 Blair call, gunshots can be heard and screaming and crying. It's a devastating call. The call ends with the words, "Help me." The fact that actual gunshots could be heard and the severity of the trauma experienced by the caller was not broadcast to members. At 10:16, we have another call to 911 by the young child saying her parents were shot and the house was lit on fire. And the IARD members that had testified, and that's found at page 106, actually indicated they were surprised that there were 4 children when they went to the residence. They didn't know that information that the call taker had received. And if you look at the dispatch logs, what's noted on the dispatch log, the Colchester dispatch logs, simply that it was a female calling, not even reflective of the fact that it was a young child. This is a problem with the quality of information. At 10:22, police are still, so based on the information they have, there's at 10:22, based on the call logs, they're still speculating that this is a nuisance call, and no one is jumping in to disabuse them of this notion. Now, the response by police may be, it wouldn't have mattered. We responded as fast as we could in any event. Well, we look at the Colchester call logs. We know at 10:24, Millbrook is offering to help. Do you want us to start heading that way? We can look for the vehicle or help you guys out there. Bissett responds, just stand by. We're going to approach here in a second and we'll go from there. That decision could have possibly been better informed had all the information from the calls been presented. The responding investigator should have the ability to hear the actual 911 calls through their mobile workstations. Another example of timeliness is in regards to Mr. Ellison's 911 call at 10:59. I mentioned before that that call, unfortunately, was coded as a priority 3, the least serious priority. A file was not created for that call until roughly 11:14 p.m. But what is concerning as well is the fact that it was only broadcast on the Colchester call logs at 11:09 p.m. This is a father saying that my son called me. He's reporting that my other son has been shot on Orchard Beach Drive. He's referencing the fact that my other son is unaccounted for. This is a call that came in at 10:59. We know that from the 911 call logs, and it's not broadcast for 10 whole minutes. That's a lifetime, in many lifetimes, unfortunately, in a mass casualty event. How information is centralized. I'll jump to that for just a brief moment. We've heard various references to individuals accessing their own personal devices from maps. Why wasn't a map uploaded to a centralized database that all members could access? When I go through the Colchester call logs, there's roughly 6,000 lines of text, and I search for Cobequid Court, where the Bond family resided. There are 0 references to Cobequid Court and 6,000 lines of text. No one at any point turned their mind to Cobequid Court between the hours of 10:01 p.m. to 11 a.m. the next day. This is a location that's roughly 700 meters away from the initial Blair call. It's not a far distance. We're talking a community of only several dozen homes. Timeliness, another example, if we look at the Wentworth Foundational document, there are reports of shots fired starting at roughly 9:32 that come into 911. At 9:35, a caller advises that they came across Miss Campbell deceased on the side of the road. This was not dispatched until 9:42. That's 7 whole minutes. The call was still ongoing at 9:42, but I'm suggesting that within a few seconds, the call taker knew what the observations were, enough to then inform members that this perpetrator, who is known to be mobile, potentially the perpetrator, at that point they didn't know, but that there's another homicide at this location at this time. But it took 7 whole minutes before that was actually broadcast to members. Very important in a mass casualty event when clearly the perpetrator is trying to inflict the maximum death toll, to be responsive and timely with the flow of information. These delays are simply unacceptable. Information does not appear to be centralized and disseminate to all involved. For example, when I go through the Colchester call logs, at 9:00 a.m. in Portapique, there's still several members not aware of the various exits to Portapique, including team lead. As of 9 a.m., there's discussions about, is there another way out of here? One member notes, I didn't think there was another way out of here. This is a person that's on Orchard Beach Drive that's trying to find another exit as they don't want to drive by the deceased with someone else in their vehicle. So they're looking for another exit. And they're speculating that one is saying there's no other way, and another member says, well, you can go by the water, which is, it's not clear to me which way that member is even suggesting, but it's clearly not the Blueberry Field Road or the Brown Loop. We also saw the effect communication had on members coming on shift on the morning of April 19th. We heard Constable Stevenson at 8:19 calling to obtain more details regarding the mock police vehicle driven by the perpetrator in response to the BOLA that was released. The tactical troops don't have a full description of what was known about the replica cruiser as it became available. Why isn't all of this information uploaded to a centralized database so that all members on shift Corporal Peterson experienced problems. Now that may be because he wasn't logged into his mobile workstation, but he's also seeking additional information when he's in Glenholme and he's actually encountering the perpetrator, asking for a further description. Brown and Melanson don't know that the Onslow Fire Hall is a conference station. There's 100 examples of this information flow that appears to be disjointed, and depending on which member's notes you read, they have varying levels of understanding of the totality of the incident, which is simply unacceptable for what is very apparent early on to be a mass casualty. This theme will be expanded upon when we get into other foundational documents, such as command decisions, the replica police cruiser foundational documents, and I'm just skimming the surface here. There are certainly many gaps to explore, but I think it's appropriate to say that when we get to those documents, I'll have further comments on the gaps. And just two other comments that were very important to my family, commissioners, is firstly, with respect to the foundational documents, certainly the Bond family respects the fact that foundational documents have value, and it's a good way to summarize some of the information known to date. However, respectfully, they cannot replace witness testimony, which is invaluable. As we saw yesterday, there's no amount of written material that could have replaced what we saw with the witness panel yesterday. That was very heartwarming, very informative about their personal experiences that I certainly didn't glean from any of the 50,000 documents online until I actually heard their firsthand account. That was very moving and very informative. I encourage the commissioners to continue to allow for witnesses to be present and to testify. And the final point I make, which is very important to the Bond family as well, is that they do have concerns that it's a balance act with the trauma-informed approach, that the trauma-informed approach not be used as a means to blunt the truth-seeking process. There is a great concern by my clients that the trauma-informed approach will continue to be attempted to be used respectfully, but as a measure to curtail witness testimony and curtail the commission's mandate to make findings about what happened so that recommendations to prevent similar tragedies in the future can be made. Thank you very much for listening. That's all my submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bryson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Steve Topsy, Linda Hutman, myself, and James Russell. We represent the Tuck Oliver families and the Lillian Campbell families. What I'm going to touch on today is basically themes emerging from the factual record. And in order to do that, I'm going to direct you to a document that's already an exhibit on file on the record, and that's Exhibit 287. At call number 53531, and that is the transcript of Daryl McDonald's statement taken by the commission. It's a 61-page statement, and I think it's very informative, and it can bear some fruit. And I heard Ms. Lenehan speak to it, and she indicated that perhaps he should be called again, and I echo that because I think that he's a very knowledgeable person. And just for the record and for reminding everyone, Daryl McDonald is the Operational Command Center, the OCC commander for L Division in PEI. He's been there, I believe, according to his notes, his transcript, since around 2015. Prior to that, he was in Truro for over 20 years at the OCC. He started off as the call taker, then he went to dispatcher, I believe, supervisor, and then training coordinator. So he's quite well established in both his experience and knowledge and in the radio systems and that sort of thing. And it's well worth the read, and it's going to, I think, as I said, bear some fruit for the commission in terms of recommendations into phase 2 and phase 3. I'm going to focus on a couple of points that he makes within his statement and sort of maybe expand upon them in order to enunciate, I guess, some of the trends that I see and our team sees evolving here. So he speaks he speaks of the radio system that was in use in Portapic that I believe, as far as I'm aware, the duty members had, and it's some type of a radio system called a TRM2, and that system had GPS capabilities, that is global positioning capabilities, for both the vehicle that the person was in and for the person once that person leaves the vehicle. A very useful tool if it's enabled and working. And he speaks to that. I think that's something that I'm going to get into a little bit here briefly. He also speaks of something called the CAD system, CAD, and that is the computer aided dispatch system. And I'm no expert in it, but it also has mapping capabilities that you can see where people are. And this, I would suggest at the OCC, they could see where people were and where vehicles were if this radio system was enacted to its true capabilities. So those are things that he speaks of, and I think they're well worth looking at. He also speaks briefly about the helicopter issue. Ms. Lenehan spoke to that. I'm not going to get into that in any detail, but he does speak to the helicopter that was eventually in the air April 19th and the communication problems that it encountered when they were having trouble communicating with the helicopter because, for one thing, it wasn't the helicopter that RCMP helicopter or a helicopter that had capabilities of the, as I understand, the Moncton RCMP helicopter had. So he speaks to that, and I think that's an emerging issue for sure. He also speaks of the encryption mistake, that is where radio communications were broadcast over unencrypted stations or channels, as I'll call them, for multiple hours during the early hours of 2019 on an open system, which was clearly an error and clearly had to be fixed and cause for concern, I would say, of course. He makes a comment that I think encapsulates both the CAD system and the radio system, and he says this. He says, I can see it. There needs to be a full integration within Nova Scotia police communications, or within police communities or excuse me, let me get it right. There needs to be full integration within Nova Scotia of police communications, both mobile, CAD, and radio. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And it appears to me that he is one person that may be able to do that because I believe, if memory serves me, the CAD system, he's implemented that in various places, I believe, on a national basis. Anyways, that's worth exploration, I'm sure. He also touches on the turf wars with that various police forces within Nova Scotia seem to be having. I'm not going to get into that in any great detail because that'll come in the next phase, I'm sure, or the next foundational document. But you have to look at that, and it's an emerging trend that has to be dealt with. There's no need for that anymore. We're well past that stage in this province. We're a small province. We have to use all the resources we have. And by all the resources, I mean all the public resources that we have and that are held, I'll say, by the RCMP or by the municipal police or by the First Nations, or or by the military. We have to integrate. We have to integrate. There has to be cross-training. There has to be new initiatives taken in order to deal with things like this in the future that may occur. we have no choice. We don't have finite resources. We're a small province. We're limited in terms of the money that we can put, that we will get, for one thing, from the federal government and from the provincial government in order to funnel it into police services and safety of the public. And we, as I'm sure the commission is well aware, we owe it to the public to do that. It's not going to be an easy fix, that's for darn sure, but it's something that has to be done. If the recommendations and if anything in the future and anything good is going to become of this, that is one thing we would suggest that has to be done. It has to be done hands down. I'll go back a little bit to the radio system, and I just point this out. He makes a comment which I thought was very telling. He says, "There's no excuse for not having the ability to use the radio system when they dismount from their vehicles, especially after Moncton." And he says, "If you quote me on anything, quote me on this." I think that's the man says it correctly, I would say. He says, since the TMR2 was implemented, the RCMP has not implemented and used it for various reasons. He mentions that. He then speaks to training, radio training of the duty members. He says that, well, I should go back. He reviewed all of the GPS system, all of the Portapic incident, as far as I can tell. He looked at all of the CAD system information. He looked at all the GPS situation and all the documents there, and so he's very knowledgeable. And I think I've said that a number of times, but that's the way it is. Okay, next. So he speaks to training. He says that, and of course, the members using these radios have to be trained. He said some of the members weren't able to switch channels, and there was, I would suggest, drop calls because of that, or missing information because they were unfamiliar or unable to change channels and switch channels, and they were going to different zones, I guess, also was part of what he's talking about, because, you know, they went through different counties, the Colchester radio, the East Hants radio, and Central Dispatch sort of thing. He also says this, he also says that radios, they use the radios more than they use their guns. So you have to train them. And that obviously makes sense. Here's one. He also says his recommendation is that members need to learn how to use the systems that are in their hands. And he says, I've been working for this to happen, get done for 6 years. I'd suggest that's quite telling too, because it is a recommendation, and I suggest it, and it may come out of the Moncton inquiry and the recommendations coming out of there. So there has to be some more teeth to the recommendations or that come out of this commission, we suggest, in order to make things happen. And I think that you have the capability of doing that, given that it is a federal, provincial type of commission. I think people may stand up and listen. We may actually get some recommendations that are carried through and not put on the shelf. That's the hope, of course. They have to be pragmatic and they have to be implementable. I understand that part. The last thing that I would say is that what's emerging is that there has to be mandatory legislative recommendations in order to get anything done here, because of perhaps turf wars or whatever reason. We can't afford for things not to use all of the resources in Nova Scotia, and we can't leave it to recommend this, recommend that, or, you know, voluntary participation in this. We think that when the safety of people in Nova Scotians is at the forefront, you know, it has to be legislated in some manner. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Topsy.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. You recall I'm Sandra McCullough. I'm one of the legal team of Patterson Law that represents a majority of the families and individuals named as persons most affected participating in this commission. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. And I want to acknowledge that I appreciate and support the comments of my friends in relation to the overarching themes or topics that need to form part of our discussion at Phase 2. Our comments here today, Commissioners, really focus more so on Phase 1. We, of course, again, to reiterate the nature of our clients, they're deeply invested in the what happened phase of this proceeding, just as much as what there is to come. There still is a great deal of work to be done before we can meaningfully dig into Phase 2. And so in my comments here today, I want to focus on the work that we're doing in this room right now and in preparation for Phase 2. My comments are with a view to supporting the integrity of the evidentiary record that the Commission is building as we move into Phase 2, or the why or how portion, and ultimately recommendations, and also ensuring that the participants and ultimately the public at large have what they need to fully engage in the Commission's work and ultimately its recommendations going forward. Well, I want to start by expressing a comment that is consistent amongst our clients to varying degrees, but across the board, that they have concerns about the cursory overview that the foundational documents have been receiving in the public proceedings to date. You've already heard from us, Commissioners, and I won't speak again about our concern about the overuse of the foundational documents in place of live witnesses and testing evidence. But the concern that I want to put emphasis on today is the brevity with which the material in those documents are being presented in these public proceedings. And I specifically or particularly speak in relation to the Hunter Road document and the presentation of that, as well as Highway 4 Wentworth, Glenholm, and Plains Road. Of course, we and our clients appreciate that there is a significant volume of material and appreciate that there is a great need for sensitivity in presenting that delicate subject matter. But we do submit on behalf of our clients that there is a disservice being done to them and to the public by failing to highlight all of the relevant subject matter in any of these foundational documents. To highlight a few examples, of course, it's widely known that there's concerns in relation to the failure to highlight the fact that there are conflicting accounts in relation to Heather O'Brien's final moments. It wasn't touched upon at all in the presentation in public proceedings. To speak to another example, a witness, Reginald J., who is highlighted in the Wentworth Highway 4 foundational document, has a peculiar sighting of a cruiser with a push bar at a time and place which doesn't fit with the narrative that has been canvassed or has been presented, and that wasn't mentioned in public proceedings. As another example, there was surveillance footage missing from Hunter Road, which has only come to light a few moments ago. That wasn't mentioned, that material is out there. In Monday's presentation, there wasn't any meaningful mention of the fact that there are lay witnesses to what happened outside the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade, save for Deputy Chief Curry bringing that to the forefront in his presentation. And we would submit that there has really been very little mention of the conflicting evidence about the information provided about the silver SUV that the perpetrator escaped the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf from, when we know that we have at least one evidence who approached ERT and spoke, and this is in his statement, Gerald Whitman's statement, that is comm number 3089, where he explains that he identified it was a Ford Escape. So these are just details that haven't been brought out in the public proceedings. And we would respectfully submit that if it is important enough to put them in the foundational documents, it's important enough to bring those pieces to these public proceedings, at least at a high level, so that the public and the participants can know that the Commission has their finger on the pulse of these factual discrepancies, these areas for further investigation, and give that assurance to participants particularly those that are most aggrieved by that subject matter, that the commission continues to have attention on those details. And I say this as well, commissioners, because I think it's important to draw attention to the fact that not everyone in the general public is going to be able to read the source materials. Not everyone is even going to be able to read the foundational documents or even access them. We can't presume that everybody has equality of access to that information. And a lot of people will be relying upon us and the work that we're doing in this room right now to understand what happened during this most tragic event, probably that most of us will ever live through. And so it's our submission on behalf of our clients that we do better in presenting that information in this public forum for the sake of everyone concerned. I want to move on to flag and elaborate on a concern that I had raised when I spoke to you before, commissioners, and that relates to the concern that we had of the delay between the presentation of information and our opportunity to speak to you about concerns we have about that information. Here we are today, in some instances, more than 2 weeks after information has been presented in the public forum, and only now having an opportunity to speak to gaps and errors and so on in this public forum, and to speak to you about those things that are important to our clients. Our clients wonder why there are windows of time in these public proceedings that aren't being utilized for those purposes, and instead we're being pushed off to some time down the road. And this is a theme I want to move on to in relation to witnesses. So we do remain concerned, commissioners, about when we are going to have an opportunity to hear from some witnesses, including some of those that form part of the decision that was issued on March 9th, including a significant number of first responders. There is a concern that we have, and I think probably is shared to varying degrees amongst other participants, that are different accounts of the same stories are being told outside of proximity to one another. Perhaps one of the best examples we'll have of that is the events at Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade. We've heard the accounts, we've heard the presentation of the foundational document, we've heard the evidence of Chief Muse, Deputy Chief Curry, and Richard Ellison. But we don't know when we're going to get to hear the rest of the pieces of that story, and we are deeply concerned about this example, but also other instances of us not being able to hear from witnesses contemporaneous to the presentation of that subject matter. And I'm going to move on from that point. I did have more to say on that, but I'm going to move on from that point and just stress that we are hopeful that the commission can afford our clients a basis for good faith in the representation that witnesses are going to be called by seeing a commitment to them being included on the schedule and remaining on the schedule going forward. In terms of witnesses, commissioners, our clients, and on behalf of our clients, we are resolute in our submission that we must hear from witnesses in every reasonable instances directly and allow for them to be questioned in a contextual way, for their evidence to be reasonably tested. We can't overstate the need to question witnesses during the public inquiry, not necessarily just to fill a gap or to address an error, but where appropriate to test that evidence upon which we are to rely, that you are to rely going forward to ensure its reliability and integrity. We want to stress the importance of this factual foundation we are building to sort of go back to where I started. Sometimes the questions need to be asked in different ways by different examiners from different perspectives in order to create a complete and trustworthy factual narrative. It's important that we do the best job that we can with building that evidentiary record, because if we do it wrong, we run the risk of re-victimizing those who have already paid so dearly in this tragic event. And I thank Mr. Bryson for highlighting, and I would repeat what he had said, that I trust that we all can agree it has been highly valuable to hear from those witnesses that we have heard from so far, including Constables Basselt, Patton, and Merchant. And of course, Chief Muse, Deputy Chief Curry, and Mr. Ellison. The confidence that these exercises instill in the Commission's work, we feel cannot be overstated. I do want to take a moment, Commissioners, to speak to the witnesses that we have highlighted in our written submissions. Of course, Commissioners, you will have the benefit of those, so I won't spend any undue time on them, but we, for the sake of our clients, want to take the opportunity to highlight those that we feel are particularly important. Constables Brown and Melanson, they have been present on the schedule before. We're not entirely clear on what is intended with respect to them coming forward to give evidence before the Commission. And it is our submission that it is critically important to hear from them, not simply in relation to the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade, but also in relation to multiple scenes, such as the events at Glenholm, or in and around Glenholm, I would say. In relation to Hunter Road, Commissioners, we have highlighted the fact that we believe the Commission needs to hear from Darren Thurier. Darren Thurier was the individual who was first upon the Hunter Road scene to discover the atrocities that happened there, yet he's never been interviewed by anyone, not by the RCMP, not by the Commission. Speaking back to Mr. Burrell's comments about the lack of information that is available about what happened at Hunter Road, to the extent that Mr. Thurier can add anything to that lack of knowledge, we would submit it's necessary for the Commission to consider. Also, in relation to Hunter Road, we have made submissions of the need to hear some information from Constables Bray and Harvey, who were the first RCMP members to respond at Hunter Road at approximately 11:17 in the morning on April 19th. We believe there are queries in relation to when they responded to Hunter Road and upon what instructions, delays associated with their actions, and in particular, an irregularity in the record, which has been highlighted by our clients, of a request that was made to Constable Bray of whether or not there were 10-7s at Hunter Road, and he requested a private call to respond to that question. And so we would submit that there is more information that's needed from these individuals, in addition to, as we put in our submissions, questions that bear relevance on further foundational documents, such as the next of kin death notification. I've already spoken a moment ago about Reginald J., and we have added him to our list of witnesses we believe the Commission needs to hear from in relation to his sighting of a police cruiser with a push bar. He cites observing that at 9:05 in the morning at the juncture of Highway 4 and Highway 227, which simply doesn't fit with the narrative otherwise that we have, that has been presented in public proceedings. Corporal Peterson, we have submitted, the Commission needs to bring Corporal Peterson forward to better understand those details in his statement, which we do have at interview, not statement, but his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. That's call number 18365. We submit there's lacking specific details about his decision-making upon encountering the perpetrator in and around Glenholm. Also lacking in detail in relation to his training and experience relevant to the situation that he was placed in. And we submit that those, given the critical importance of this piece of the story, that is something that needs to be heard. We understand that the Commission intends to hear from Corporal Ivany, Constables Coleman and Fahey in relation to the O'Brien crime scene. But we further submit that there are other individuals who can shed light on what did or didn't happen at that scene, including Constable Mahar. And additionally, there were members of the Debert Fire Brigade who responded at that scene and had interactions with these members, and we would submit that they should be called in relation to what additional light they can shed on the information. In addition to a couple other names, which I don't feel the need to highlight here right now, I do want to submit, Commissioners, that we think it's a worthy consideration of the Commission to call a technical witness who can speak to surveillance footage. There is many questions that our clients have in relation to the surveillance footage we have seen, and also that is in public discourse, I would suggest. Many discrepancies about timestamps, both the lack thereof and discrepancies that can't be reconciled, such as in the footage from the Community Metals location in Debert. the manner in which this surveillance footage is captured. In some instances, it appears to be a video of a video, which is difficult for the general public to understand. There are image irregularities, such as in the case of the footage from Glenholm, where we see ghost images in that footage. Why we may or may not have complete surveillance footage. This is, I would say, directly relevant to the Hunter Road footage that I referenced a moment ago that's lately disclosed from Lisa Owen. That's comm number 54273. We have the perpetrator entering upon Hunter Road but not exiting. We submit that this is a worthy consideration, commissioners. So much of the narrative relies upon surveillance footage to help give us concrete details about what happened over April 18th and 19th. Yet the frailties that we observe in these pieces of surveillance footage they're not without concern for our clients and for the general public, and we would submit that a technical witness who can provide some assurances to the reliability of these different pieces of surveillance footage and the integrity would greatly assist the commission. That speaks to, commissioners, the written submissions that we had made in relation to witnesses to be called from foundational documents presented prior to this week. We intend to, when the opportunity is given, to make further submissions in relation to documents that we've seen this week. To highlight a few that you will hear from us on, of course, I would repeat the names of Constables Brown and Melanson in relation to the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade foundational document. Additionally, Constable Gagnon, who is the officer situated outside the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade, and of course, David Westlake, the EMO officer, who was there as well. And we would submit that it may well be that you hear from us in relation to lay witnesses who have observations of that scene, including Jerome Bro and Sharon McClellan, who can speak to their own observations and in a more fulsome way inform what happened at the fire hall that day. We expect you'll hear from us in relation to Constable Kelly. His name was mentioned earlier today as being an officer at the Petrocan in Elmsdale, who was in the vicinity of the perpetrator before he left that location. And as I understand it, Constable Kelly was also one of the officers that came to the Enfield Big Stop shortly after the perpetrator was taken down. And I anticipate it will be our submission that it's necessary to hear what further information Constable Kelly can provide in relation to those details. And as a bit of a footnote, I will stress our appreciation for the opportunity to hear from Constables McLeod and Hughley tomorrow. And we are eager on behalf of our clients to question them tomorrow. A final comment about witnesses, commissioners, which will be my concluding remark to you, and I thank you for your patience. I know I've been speaking longer than most. I want to reiterate our appreciation for the Commissioner's decision on March 9th of 2022 in relation to witnesses we had previously made submission on. We do wish to stress our disappointment, however, that we haven't yet had the opportunity to hear from Constable Colford regarding containment-related facts. And of course, you will be aware that an application was made by the National Police Federation for accommodation to have Constable Colford provide her evidence in a format different than the other witnesses that have been presented to date. And we have been left with making our case for why the National Police Federation's requested accommodation, which would be to provide evidence by way of affidavit, is inadequate. The commissioners, in the decision of March 9th, it was indicated that Constable Colford would be called to speak to, according to Commission Counsel, specific questions about containment. It is our view that the Commission Counsel appears to be taking an overly narrow view of your decision, respectfully, which we submit, if the transcript properly read, is that she would be called to provide evidence specifically regarding containment. And it is our impression that that has been interpreted as fairly narrow, quick and simple questions to fill out that factual record. In our submissions, that's not the case, that it's our expectation that given the the critical importance of containment in the face of the perpetrator's escape from Port-au-Pic and the terror he imposed thereafter. We need to understand everything that we can about what containment efforts were undertaken, including those actions of Constable Colford, why she took them, upon what information and instructions she took them, any challenges she faced in relation to that, adequacy of communications that she received or was privy to, and directions. From our perspective, none of this can be meaningfully illuminated by a static question and answer document, which would be drafted by Commission Counsel and responded to by Constable Colford with the assistance of her legal counsel, whether given under oath or not. We've seen firsthand with particularly Constables Basselt, Patton, and Merchant, the effectiveness of hearing first voice, of receiving information in a dialogue format to help our clients and the public understand what the witnesses can offer to the questions relevant to them. We've seen through that exercise the reality that it is often the case that improperly understanding an answer, follow-up questions are required, maybe clarifying questions are required, and this is something an affidavit cannot provide. We respectfully submit that the evidence of Constable Colford is no less important and no less different in nature, or no different in nature than the contextual evidence provided by Constables Basselt, Patton, and Merchant. And so it's upon that basis that we submit that an affidavit is simply inadequate. Whatever the need for accommodation that Constable Colford does require, and we submit, we don't know what that is because that information hasn't been made available to us. We are concerned that allowing her evidence by way of affidavit also runs the risk of aggravating whatever that need may be. In the event that we receive a question and answer that doesn't fully answer the questions, and we have to go back to Constable Colford yet again. So, commissioners, we advocate and urge you to consider some other means of accommodation that will satisfy Constable Colford's needs, but also satisfy the needs of the evidence that she is able to provide to the commission. We strongly feel that what feels to us to be a closed door approach to addressing the matter of accommodation without us as participants having an informed means of participating in that discussion fails to not only honor the decision that you made, commissioners, on March 9th, but also fails to honor the interests of the other participants as well. Commissioner, subject to any questions I can reply to, those are my submissions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tara Miller, as you know, and with my colleague Alex Tagu, we represent a family member of Crystal Beaton. We want to thank you for the invitation to speak this afternoon as we all continue to work together on the important work of the commission together. You've asked us to comment on two items, themes we see emerging from the factual records that the commission should consider exploring as we move forward, and also additional perceived gaps or errors in the foundational documents. I'm going to start with the perceived gaps and errors. As we know, of course, the what happened phase of the public hearing started 8 weeks ago on February 22nd, and we will be moving into the why phase very shortly. Over the last 8 weeks, we've had the introduction of a number of foundational documents, of course, which have had a lot of value. I will say from our client's perspective, the bulk of this written information, of course, was available to family participants well through the fall as we all worked together to refine those documents. But what our client, and I believe other family members, and certainly the public, was really expecting and looking forward to when the public hearing started on February 22nd, was to hear oral evidence with witnesses to be publicly called, and for a public inquiry with questions asked and answers given. Over the last 5 weeks, we've heard from a total of 8 witnesses with less than 4 days of evidence. Family counsel's arguments for further witnesses to be called resulted, of course, in the Commissioner's March 9th decision. My friend, Ms. McCullough, just talked about Constable Colford. She was to be called as a witness, and her evidence may now be introduced by way of affidavit. Family participants, of course, have had an opportunity to make submissions on the use of Rule 43, and we learned today at noon that a decision on that will be expected on April the 20th. So we thank you for that. Many of the requested witnesses outside of first responders identified in the Commission's March 9th decision were to be further interviewed or further information collected from. These individuals included Bjorn Mersbeck, Peter Griffin, Constable Grun, Donnelly Williston, Sean Conalog, Angel Patterson, and of course, Lisa Banfield. We do not yet have any of this information. At the request of family participants, we also understand that technical witnesses will be called to address the video surveillance and forensic evidence issues. We have not yet heard when this will happen. On March the 28th, on behalf of our client, we asked that a cell phone expert be be called to specifically address issues with cell phone records generally, but with some specific reference to Ms. Banfield's cell phone records and some confusion and clarification arising from those records with incoming and outcoming calls between 10:46:43 on April 18th and 6:24:53 on April 19th. We've not yet had a response to this request. And the relevance of this, Commissioners, is that the absence of all of these relevant pieces of information is a gap that continues to exist and flow through the foundational documents that we've heard from to date. The Commissioner's interim report is due on May the 1st. It's not clear to us and to our client in terms of the scope of what this report will cover, but what we believe it cannot cover is any factual findings of what has happened over the April 18th and 19th time period, as this information is still not complete. I do want to be clear that we understand the presentation of the foundational documents has been very helpful and certainly has a place in the work that the Commission is doing, but they cannot and they should not stand alone without significant and substantive oral evidence. Mr. Bryson has spoken to that, Ms. McCullough has spoken to this, and I will add my voice on behalf of our client to this as well. The absence of oral evidence creates a fundamental issue for the Commission because it leaves the inference, rightly or wrongly, that there is an avoidance to call witness orally to speak to outstanding issues, that necessary questions are not being asked, and that information is not being disclosed and difficult truths may not be uncovered. And certainly the value of hearing from witnesses firsthand, as my friends have stated, cannot be overstated. The information we've gleaned from those witnesses who've come forward and shared their experiences with us over the last couple of weeks has been invaluable. The other concern is that we are running out of time. There's a perception that we're running out of time to hear from these witnesses. The schedule through the spring leaves very little time for witness evidence. And that, of course, is again unsettling for our client and further assists in the erosion of confidence in the process. Commissioners, we appreciate that there are many ways to introduce evidence, but moving forward, we respectfully urge the Commission to reconsider how oral evidence is currently being used. Public inquiries are about answering questions and finding difficult truths, and let's not relegate that important purpose largely to paper fact finding. As we break over the next week to honor the lives of the 23 individuals lost, I submit that it would be very helpful to be able to return to the Commission the following week with clarity on when the witnesses will be called and who they will be in terms of the witnesses that have been identified to date. I'll move now, Commissioner, subject to any questions with respect to that component, but I'll move now to themes emerging from the factual records that we've heard already. I've had the benefit, of course, of listening to my colleagues speak, and certainly there will be the theme will be that there will be some overlap in the themes. But from our perspective, there's a heavy theme emerging that deals with a bucket category of resources, significant issues with resources for ground members, and how that impacted their ability to respond in an optimal way on April the 18th and the 19th. In some instances, there were not enough resources. We heard that Colchester County is the second busiest county outside of the HRM and has a significant geographic expanse. There were only four officers on duty that evening, and at most it would have been 6. That's an issue for the commission to address moving forward in terms of the sufficiency of those human resources. There were also resources which just simply did not exist. We heard night vision goggles would have been very valuable for a number of reasons in Portapique on the night of April 18th. And while the Bible Hill detachment now has 1 pair of night vision goggles, those goggles remain at the station and would not be ready and available for members who've been deployed across the wide geographical expanse. Other resources which did not exist were the ability to GPS track members and also for GPS mapping. GPS tracking of members would have allowed for additional members to perform IR tactics and to assist with the evacuation of civilians in Portapique, along with doing door-to-door searches in the community that night, including Cobequid Court. GPS tracking of members would have allowed Constable Morrison to accurately ascertain Constable Stevenson's position as he was looking to a vehicle coming from the right, but she was coming from the left. GPS mapping would have allowed ERT team members to accurately figure out where they were supposed to be going without having to communicate back to OCC for directions. On the point of detailed, accurate maps, there's an absence that we've heard of that, both of the public and private roads in Portapique, with members using their personal cell phones on the ground. Ms. Lenahan referred to something very similar to this, but you can go on Snapchat and accurately find the public and the private roads on Portapique. And it's greatly disturbing that that can be available in that manner, that's not available to the members that are charged with public safety. There were also problems accessing existing resources and/or resources that just weren't working. Of course, these included logging into a mobile workstation as experienced by Corporal Peterson, the unavailability of the RCMP helicopter, and radio systems that did not work. And lastly, with respect to resources, generally being knowledgeable about what resources were actually available. We've heard evidence that some members were not aware that an alert system was available to even be used, and then other members who believed that there wasn't the ability to do 911 call mapping. All of these resource issues leave us with a question of how does an entity charged with public safety have such a mountain of resource issues? And those are the types of things we will continue to work through and grapple with, and certainly form recommendations as we move forward. Rectifying some of these resourcing issues will, of course, only take funding, pure and simple. You cannot set people up for success on the ground without providing them with the right tools. Rectifying some of those resourcing issues will also take training. How those things are optimally done in an efficient way, again, will form the basis of the work we look at over the next 2 phases. Also referred to earlier, and I'll add my voice to this, there's also a heavy theme of systems and people not communicating. Why was that the case? And what can be done to ensure systems are talking and people are sharing information, to ensure that large volumes of information are passed on accurately down the line for all who need that critical information to be fully informed. That is something to be explored further, and I think Daryl McDonald, we've heard several folks speak of him, and help us with that. And lastly, there seems to be the theme of the need for autonomy for decision making, and also the ability to make decisions rapidly. The process to get information to the public was painfully slow and ultimately unworkable. We need to be able to trust that trained professionals will make the right decision and have the autonomy to do so. We fully expect there will be broader command issues when we get there, moving through the next series of foundational documents, commissioners, but those are our submissions on the themes emerging from the evidence to date. Again, subject to any questions that you may have, thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you very much. I think that was everyone for today. We wanted to thank all of you so far for your submissions. We know there will be a few more tomorrow, and we'll always, as we do, consider them with care and appreciate hearing them. Just want to thank Dr. Bose for coming and assisting us today, for the expertise and information that he shared, and for his dedication. Thanks to Commission Council and to everyone for taking part today. I did want to acknowledge the members of the Goulet family, some of whom were here with us today. They have been throughout the process, and they always come with a beautiful photo of Ms. Goulet that they have on the table with them. And we know it would have been a difficult day, and we want to offer our deep condolences to them. Tomorrow we'll hear from another witness panel. It's Constables Craig Hubley and Ben McLeod, who'll be joining us to provide important context surrounding their encounter with the perpetrator at the Enfield Big Stop, including events and observations immediately prior to and following the engagement with the perpetrator. So thank you again, everyone, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until April the 14th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, I just need 1 minute, grab a coffee or something. All right. I don't even know what to say. Except, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before there was any lawsuits, before there was any inquiries, before whatever this fiasco is, which they're finally calling out to some extent, there was you. All of you. And before that, there was Tara. And we owe her a lot. We really do. You know, how do you single even people out? But you will have no idea. Trust me, you have no idea how much of a difference that you have made. Trust me. This one I can say most assuredly. I know that. I've been told. So this is not the time to, it's a time to feel reinvigorated and, you know, give yourselves a big, huge thank you, a big, huge pat on the back. Okay? Because, you know, all of you have been working hard. Julie's been working hard. Everybody's been working hard, running around, gathering photos and input, and they read all that. They're in there too. Just like they watch these videos. And they have been the whole time. So take that energy the tide is changing. But it's not time to stop by any stretch. By any stretch. They're very good. They have their tactics. And they want you to go away. My coach is saying thank you. My grandma is smiling. And your families are saying thank you too. And I'll guarantee you 100%. The families are thanking you as well. I know that because I read it. Or they tell me. Use that energy to redouble your efforts. This has cost a lot. I was just saying thank you to my girlfriend because it's cost a lot. But not unlike all of you, or many of you. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes emotion. And in some cases, yeah, it even takes a little bit of money. But there is no price that can be had, no reward greater than truth, honesty, accountability, morals, goodness, striving for better, acknowledging when you make mistakes, just saying, oops. Not, if this has been it's time to get off the ship if you're on the wrong side and just see that there's a different way of doing things. There is a different way of doing things. We all make mistakes. I know I've made lots in my life. But you can have redemption. And it's time to have the hurt stop. Everybody has families. No person in this story, no person is above that, even though some people may think that in the short term, oh, I get this out of it or I get that out of it. If I just go along with the plan, they'll throw anybody under the bus. Anybody. And there'll be no stopping that until people stand up and say, I've had enough. It's not about vigilante behavior or violence or any of this fucking nonsense that they try and pan out. It's not about political views. It's just about being a human, caring about one another and wanting better. I mean, anyway. I'm glad that the questions are starting to be asked. One day, maybe, but probably not. The whole story will come out in terms of the relevancy of what you have done. Right? And I don't mean that in any way. I don't bullshit. You really have no idea. You have no idea what a difference you make. So be strong. Take that feeling of reinvigoration and keep researching. Keep researching. Keep asking questions. They read them. They hear you. They don't want to. Trust me, they don't want to. But your voice is loud. Is so much louder than you know. So much louder. God bless you all of you. Thank you, all of you. We got a winning team. We really do. Started with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. One family member and 4 just Joe Blows. Look how many people. What a difference you've made. Jenga. But it's not time to let your guard down. It just means you gotta fight harder. Fight harder. Never give up. God bless you all. Thank you to all of you who are playing on the winning team. To those who maybe less so, a hand is always there. You can come join us. God bless the 23.